Morning, doctor. How are you?
Morning. That table will fold down if you need a little more room there.
Thank you.
And doctor, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Park Elliott Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z.
Good morning, Dr. Dietz.
Good morning.
What is your profession?
I'm a psychiatrist, and I limit my practice to forensic psychiatry.
What is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is the application of the principles and practice of psychiatry to the purposes of law. In other words, it is psychiatry designed to be used for legal purposes, to try to answer legal questions.
Dr. Dietz, could you describe for the jury your education that prepared you for this sort of endeavor?
Certainly. I had my undergraduate education at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, and there received a degree in 1970 in psychology and biology. In 1975, I received an MD degree, a Doctor of Medicine, from the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine in Baltimore. In the same year, I also received a master's degree in public health from Johns Hopkins. At that time, I'd done the coursework for a PhD, that is a Doctor of Philosophy in sociology, and years later, when I finished a dissertation, I received that PhD as well. But in 1975, I began my special training as a physician.
What additional training have you had, doctor?
Well, I spent 2 years as an assistant resident in psychiatry at the Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore. And then I spent a third year as resident in psychiatry and the chief fellow in forensic psychiatry at the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. And that was the end of my formal residency training.
Doctor, are you board certified in the practice of psychiatry?
Yes, I am.
What does that mean?
Well, board certification is a procedure for ensuring that those who hold themselves out for a particular specialty have met certain qualifications. And it requires proof of having done the necessary training and submitting to 2 examinations, a written exam and an oral exam.
Dr. Dietz, is there some sort of difference between psychiatrists and their training and psychologists and their training in this area of medical, the practice of medicine?
Yes, there are.
What is that?
Well, one of the differences is that in psychiatry, one must first become a physician and go through medical training. And then the specific psychiatric training is obtained during a residency program treating patients in hospitals for 3 years. Whereas in psychology, it's a PhD program directed toward learning about psychology, and those who focus on clinical psychology will usually do an internship to get training in actually seeing or treating or evaluating patients. It's a different focus.
Dr. Dietz, could you tell the jurors what positions you've held and what they entail?
My first position after residency was as an assistant professor of psychiatry at the Harvard Medical School. I was based at the McLean Hospital, which is a private psychiatric hospital that Harvard operates. At least administratively, I was based there, but my assignment was at the Bridgewater State Hospital for the Criminally Insane, which is a maximum security institution operated by the Department of Correction. And the task was to try to turn this somewhat infamous institution into a Harvard teaching hospital. And I'm sorry to say it's a task at which we did not succeed, but we tried. My time there was 2 years actually working at this security hospital. And then I had the opportunity to spend my third year at Harvard doing something rather unusual. I spent the entire year evaluating John Hinckley on behalf of the United States Attorney's Office in Washington in connection with the charges arising from his attempt to assassinate President Reagan. So for a year, he was my practice evaluating Mr. Hinckley and advising the government about him. I did a few research projects during that year as well, but he was really my practice. And then my fourth year at Harvard, I spent conducting research primarily on mentally disordered offenders, and had a subcontract from what had been a violence grant from the Justice Department to the University of Pennsylvania. And my work was focused on mentally disordered offenders who commit battery or who commit homicide. After those 4 years, I then accepted a position at the University of Virginia, which had invited me to become the medical director of its Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy, which was a program operated, and still is, by the University of Virginia Law School and Medical School and by the Commonwealth of Virginia, and which helps draft legislation, which trains students in both law and medicine and the various health professions, and which operates a clinic, a forensic psychiatry clinic, where evaluations are conducted. And while I was at Virginia, I was half-time in the law school and half-time in the medical school, originally as an associate professor and later as a full professor of law, and also as a professor of behavioral medicine and psychiatry. I taught courses for law students on psychiatry and criminal law and on criminal behavior, on criminal violence. And in the medical school, I taught forensic psychiatry and trained fellows who are young psychiatrists in training to become forensic psychiatrists. And I was in charge of the evaluations conducted at the forensic psychiatry clinic for the university. I'd had a training program also at Harvard, a fellowship program, but it was smaller in scale than the one at Virginia. After having done that for 6 years, I took a sabbatical to conduct research and write, and moved to California at that time, and then didn't return to Virginia, decided to stay in Southern California. And so for the last 3 years, I've been based in Newport Beach. And today I am a clinical professor of psychiatry and biobehavioral sciences at UCLA, which means that I teach part-time there. It's not a full-time job. And I also am a consultant regularly to the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and to the New York State Police Forensic Sciences Unit. Most of my time, however, is spent as a consultant to law enforcement agencies and attorneys, and occasionally courts and corporations in matters dealing with aberrant behavior, most often criminal behavior.
Doctor, have you conducted any research in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, I have.
In what particular areas?
Well, all of my research has to do with the extremes of behavior. Primarily, it's antisocial behavior and criminal behavior of various kinds.
Have you published in the scientific literature?
Yes, I have.
And how does that differ, let's say, from writing magazine articles?
Well, for one thing, in the scientific literature, the purpose is to share research results rather than to entertain or to inform or the broader public. And so a portion of the scientific literature requires that one do rather thoughtful and careful research, and that the work that one submits for publication be reviewed by peers, people who have some knowledge of that field and who decide whether it's acceptable to publish, whether the thinking is done well enough, whether the methods are accurate enough to warrant publication. Those are called peer-reviewed journals, and there's no payment for that, but it's considered an important part of one's career and an important contribution to make. It's how one contributes. There are other parts of the professional literature that aren't quite that way. People do get book royalties for some of their writings, but largely it's not done for the financial rewards, but to communicate and to show that one's leading to some greater understanding of an aspect of the world.
I take it you've published in these peer review articles.
Yes, I have.
Have you written a number of books and reports?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that just briefly?
Well, I edited a book on psychotherapy some years back. I wrote a book on an odd way in which people manage to kill themselves. And I've written lengthy reports on mentally disordered offenders and on individuals who harass and stalk other people.
So you've written a book on suicide, is that correct?
On suicide, no.
Oh, I thought you said on the way people kill themselves.
Well, it's not exactly suicide.
Okay. Have you written any chapters in books published by other people or edited by other people?
Yes, perhaps 15.
And was one of these a chapter on patterns in human violence that was included in the American Psychiatric Association annual review?
Yes,
Another one, defenses against dangerous people when arrest and commitment fail.
I'm sorry.
Defenses against dangerous people when arrest and commitment fail.
yes,
And that was in the American Psychiatric Press Review of Clinical Psychiatry and the Law.
yes,
And there are numerous other ones we probably don't want to take the time to get into.
right.
Have you edited any professional publications?
Well, yes, I've edited some special issues of journals on violence or criminal behavior. And I've also been on the editorial boards of a number of journals, mostly in the forensic sciences and in psychiatry and law.
Have you done any lectures,
Yes,
both nationally and internationally?
yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
There are about 150 occasions when I've gone somewhere to give a special lecture or address at a national meeting or at someone's invitation to give a lecture somewhere. That's not including the teaching that's been my job.
And have you ever testified in a court of law as an expert witness before?
Yes, I have.
In which particular states?
I think it is 40 or 45 states that I've testified in. I haven't done the Dakotas. There are a couple others.
Would this be both civil and criminal cases that you testified in?
Yes.
In the area of criminal case testimony, approximately how many times have you testified?
In the trial phase, I believe it's been hundreds, but I don't have any accurate way to count.
Are you hired just by the defense or just by the prosecution?
No,
Say the last two cases, who did you testify for?
the last two were both for the defense.
Have you also been employed by the defense and prosecution in various states as a consultant where you didn't testify?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the John Hinckley case. Are there a few other just notable cases that you can tell the jury about that you testified in?
Yes, there are.
Did you have something to do with a Tylenol tampering situation?
I was involved originally in an investigative capacity on behalf of the FBI, but later I became involved on behalf of Johnson & Johnson and did testify in that connection.
What about the Robert Chambers case?
I had a small role in that. The district attorney's office in Manhattan consulted me, and I was prepared to testify if the need arose.
What was that about?
That's the one that became known as the Preppy murders.
Arthur Shawcross, did you have any connection with his case?
Yes, I did.
What was that, please?
I evaluated him and testified in his trial. That was a serial killer case in upstate New York.
And was there a case involving Soldier of Fortune magazine you were involved in?
Yes,
What was that about?
that was a lawsuit in connection with a murder of a Texas housewife that had been commissioned through a classified advertisement in Soldier of Fortune magazine in which a man was offering to commit crimes for hire.
And was there a rather recent case involving a federal judge being killed by a bomb?
Yes, that's the Roy Moody case. Mr. Moody has now been convicted of having sent mail bombs to NAACP offices in 2 locations and to a civil rights lawyer who died as a result of it, to a federal judge, appellate court judge who died as a result. And I worked on that case for the Justice Department.
What was your connection with that case?
The special prosecutors for the U.S. Department of Justice asked me originally to help investigate the case. And later, I had a role of evaluating Mr. Hinckley and testifying for the government at his trial.
Now, were you hired by the people to evaluate the mental condition of the defendant in this case?
Yes.
What does a psychiatrist such as yourself look for in making such an evaluation?
Well, it depends on the specific question that's asked, but the general areas that are inquired into when there's a question of whether someone has any mental disorder is to determine whether the individual suffers from any of the mental diseases, or mental illnesses on the one hand, and also to look at whether there are any patterns in their behavior of a kind that we recognize get people into various kinds of difficulties. So the principal focus is to look for mental disease on the one hand and to look for maladaptive patterns of behavior on the other.
Did you find in this case any evidence of mental disease or illness?
No, I did not find evidence of mental disease or mental illness.
What did you find?
I found a great deal of evidence consistent with opinions that others had reached, that Mrs. Broderick suffers from a personality disorder.
And just generally, what do you mean when you say personality disorder?
Well, a personality disorder is a lifelong pattern of behavior in which the individual responds to the world in particular ways. There are various personality disorders that have been described. We have a classification of them. It's one that changes from time to time when we update the classification system. But there's some consensus among mental health professionals as to the ways in which to describe the kinds of personalities that get people into problems. Each of the personality disorders represents a persistent pattern of behaving that either causes the person some distress, that is, that they're never happy enough, or else causes problems for those around them. And these can be serious enough to lead people to get fired from jobs, or to lead to divorce, or to lead to being thrown out of school, or to lead to being put in jail. It depends on the circumstances what happens, but they are persistent patterns of behaving. And those are recognized as being quite different from mental illnesses. In mental illnesses, individuals have kinds of symptoms that are different from what ordinary humans experience. In the mental illnesses, individuals have symptoms that people do not normally have any semblance of, such as hearing voices that aren't present, or seeing things that aren't there, or believing that the CIA is implanting electrodes in one's teeth. Those are things that normal people don't think are happening to them. Only if they're on drugs or mentally ill do they have those experiences. The personality disorders, on the other hand, are very much like things that we see in everyday life. And nothing that occurs to people with personality disorders mentally is fundamentally different from the rest of human experience. But rather, they have these patterns of acting that cause problems for themselves or others.
Now, doctor, in reaching this opinion, did you review any material
Yes,
that was provided to you by the prosecution?
yes.
And before me on let's say, my side of the desk here, is that the material that you reviewed in preparation for rendering an opinion in this case?
Those 3 stacks of material and a little more that I have here are materials that my office received and which were reviewed by my associate and me in preparing this case.
Did you review the police reports in this case?
Yes,
And the prosecution investigative reports?
yes,
And the defense investigation reports?
yes,
And the psychological testing of the defendant that was done between, I think, 1986 and 1990?
that's right.
And the prior psychological reports that were generated on the defendant between 1983 and 1990?
Yes,
The divorce trial transcript, did you review that?
yes,
And the depositions of Doctors DeVos and Nelson that were taken about a year or a month before the killings?
yes,
And the other various files, documents that were filed in the divorce case?
yes,
Did you review the defendant's marriage encounter notebook
yes,
and this book or manuscript that she wrote in February of 1988?
yes,
Her diaries?
yes,
and a transcript of her prior trial testimony in the first trial,
Yes.
and the testimony of all the psychiatric experts that testified in the first trial,
Yes.
and the testimony of both the defendant's daughters, Lee and Kim Broderick, that testified in the first trial.
Yes.
Did you review anything in the present trial in terms of the trial testimony transcripts?
Yes.
Did you review the defendant's testimony, both direct and cross-examination?
I haven't read all of her cross-examination from this trial because of the timing of receiving the transcripts, but I've read most of it.
Did you review the testimony of Dr. DeFrancesca?
Yes.
Now, as we can see, that's quite a bit of material. Of how was it that Dr. Lippian helped you with this?
Well, originally, Dr. Lippian, who was my associate, met with both Mr. Burkhoff and Ms. Wells to discuss what the timing of the case would be, to look at what sorts of issues might be raised, and then to request what documents and materials we wanted to look at. At that initial meeting, I had the opportunity to review photographs as well, and I directed Dr. Lippian to begin reviewing some of the documents while I reviewed others of them, and asked him to prepare summaries for me of particular documents illustrating certain features, and to call to my attention anything of any psychiatric significance. And we then went through a process whereby we were able to get through this large quantity of material and to extract from it everything of psychiatric significance, and to formulate some preliminary opinions about the case. These we discussed, and I went back and looked at original documents where there was any question of what had been going on. And the end product of that was to form opinions that are specific to this case and which are supported by the evidence.
Is Dr. Lippian another psychiatrist?
Yes, he is.
And he associates with you and works closely with you on cases such as this?
That's right.
Now, did you have the opportunity to personally interview the defendant in this case?
No, I did not.
Did you, however, review other things instead of interviewing the defendant?
Correct.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, besides the documents that I've already mentioned, which include, of course, many descriptions about Mrs. Broderick's behavior by mental health professionals, by family members, and by others. And besides reading what she's written and had to say, I also had occasion to observe her testimony for a portion of this trial, for a morning that I came and observed her testify. I've had occasion to see her testimony in a videotaped segment from the previous trial. And I had occasion to consult with Dr. Goldsband, who had examined the defendant in connection with the preceding trial.
Do you know Dr. Goldsband and his qualifications?
Yes, I know him very well.
And what is your opinion of Dr. Goldsband?
I hold
Stand.
Did you listen to any audio tapes that were part of this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, I listened to the audio tapes that are within these materials that are conversations between the defendant and Rhett, or the defendant and Danny, or that are taped messages left on the answering machine at their home. And I've listened to those and also have reviewed transcripts of those messages.
Do you feel the lack of this personal interview with the defendant limits you, in your opinion, under these circumstances?
Well, I think that not having an interview does limit in some ways what areas one can form opinions about. I wouldn't be in a position to talk about her mental state at certain times after the crime when I might otherwise have seen her. But I don't think it limits my ability to talk about her personality or whether she had diseases or her general mental condition in the past. Because in this case, there's so much other evidence.
The things we just talked about?
Yes.
Why would that other evidence be better than talking to the defendant, let's say, a couple of years after the killings?
Well, it isn't always better to have old documentary evidence, but sometimes it is. One advantage, of course, is that there are contemporaneous observations in those records that reflect what happened at the time, as opposed to someone's recounting of it sometime later. Another issue, of course, is that people charged with serious crimes do not always tell the truth. And so having observations from many people, especially those who were witnesses more proximal to events, is at least important and often a better source of information than defendants themselves.
Now, is there a difference between a clinical and a forensic evaluation?
Yes, there is.
Can you tell us the difference, please?
Well, a clinical evaluation is one done for purposes of treating someone, whereas a forensic evaluation is done for purposes of answering some question that the law asks. In the clinical evaluation, the historical truth does not matter so much. What matters is how patients perceive, how they feel, what they think, and what can be done to help them. That's the therapist's goal, is to help the patient. In the forensic evaluation, the goal of the evaluator is to find out the truth about some specific question of interest to the law. How people felt, or what they need in the future, or what can help them in the future is not relevant. It's not the point, except insofar as those things can help explain what happened at those times that are of interest to the law. So the central difference is that the clinical exam is for the purpose of helping people. Clinical evaluation is for that purpose. Forensic evaluation is not for that purpose. It's not to help them. It's to help legal decision makers find out the truth about events.
Dr. Goldsman's evaluation of the defendant, you spoke to him about that?
Yes, I did.
Was that a clinical or a therapeutic evaluation?
Dr. Goldsman did a forensic evaluation.
I'm sorry, it's a forensic versus a clinical evaluation. Is that correct?
That's right.
Can you tell us whether or not you agree with and adopt Dr. Goldsman's opinion of the defendant's mental condition?
Yes, I agree with his central opinions, and do adopt those and rely on his diagnosis.
And what is that you're adopting?
Dr. Goldspan diagnosed the defendant as having what he termed a mixed personality disorder with narcissistic and histrionic features. I think I would have phrased it rather differently, but it's the same point, which is narcissistic personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. He also pointed out that there were times that she was depressed, and I think that that's correct.
Doc?
Thank you.
Want to take a drink there?
Of water.
I'm glad you added that. Doctor, what is a narcissistic personality?
Well, a narcissistic personality disorder, a narcissistic personality is an individual who is very full of himself or herself, that is prideful, very focused on being important, needing to be admired and respected by other people, and who has certain attributes which can become problematic in life. Where they do, then it's known as a narcissistic personality disorder. In that situation, where it is a narcissistic personality disorder, the central characteristics really are three. The first is that the individual tends to have what people would commonly refer to as a swollen ego, a big ego. The technical language for that is someone who has a sense of grandiosity. The second characteristic is that such people really can't recognize how other people feel about things, and we call that a lack of empathy. It's not quite the same as not having sympathy. It's not being able to see it through the other fellow's eyes, not being able to feel or recognize what other people would feel. And the third characteristic is being thin-skinned about criticism, which we refer to as hypersensitivity to the evaluation of others. And each of the formal features of narcissistic personality disorder can be understood as reflecting that swelled ego or thin skin or not being able to feel what other people will.
Doctor, how does a psychiatrist know what to look for in determining whether or not somebody has a narcissistic personality disorder?
Well, different clinicians and experts will do this in different ways, but the agreed upon language that we share is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual Classification. That's a book that's published by the American Psychiatric Association, in which the various mental disorders are classified. Both the diseases are in there and the personality disorders. And the book provides a description of how people behave who have the different kinds of disorders. And it also gives specific criteria. That is, it lists those things that must be there before the diagnosis can be given. Now, not everyone follows this book, which is sort of a rule book for making diagnosis. And there are flaws in this book, but it is the agreed upon way to do it. And until the next edition comes out, it's the accepted standard for making diagnoses and for recognizing these patterns.
What are the diagnostic criteria that you're aware of that a psychiatrist would look at determining whether or not somebody has a narcissistic personality disorder?
The criteria that DSM-3R, the revised 1987 edition, give for the disorder are first, that an individual reacts to criticism with feelings of rage, shame, or humiliation. This is the thin-skinned issue that I mentioned, that when criticized or rejected or not given enough praise even, such individuals can become furious. They can feel terribly ashamed and be devastated in that way. They respond strongly and emotionally to anything that they see as criticism or rejection. The second is that they are interpersonally exploitive. Actually, it says exploitative. And that means that in their dealings with other people, they use people to meet their own needs. The third is that they have a grandiose sense of self-importance, which is what I referred to as the swelled ego in common parlance. The fourth is that they believe that their problems are unique and can only be understood by other special people, so that they think that because they're so special, regardless of whether they really are people of achievement, they think they should be treated that way, regardless of whether they're particularly kind or good or decent people. They still expect to be seen as special and treated that way, not to have to wait in line, not to have to do what other people have to do. Fifth characteristic is that they are preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success or power or brilliance or beauty or ideal love, meaning that they often spend their time thinking about what they want, how it should be, how it will someday be. The sixth is described as a sense of entitlement or the unreasonable expectation of especially favorable treatment. There again, the notion is the world owes me respect or a living or money or fame or whatever the person's desires are. They think it should be handed to them rather than earned. They feel entitled to it. And the seventh is requiring constant attention and admiration, feeling badly if they're not being admired or attended to. The eighth is lacking empathy, which I've already described. And the ninth feature is being preoccupied with feelings of envy, so that they're often thinking of how much more somebody else has than they have. Now, those 9 features are all 9 of the characteristics that may occur in people who have this disorder, but we only give the diagnosis or classify people as having a narcissistic personality disorder if they have 5 out of those 9. If they have 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9, that's enough to give the label. It's not required that all 9 be present.
Doctor, in your review of all this case material here in front of us, did you find facts to support a finding as to each of these diagnostic criteria regarding the defendant?
Yes, in this case, I found evidence to support all 9 of the 9.
Just approximately, how many supporting facts did you find?
Too many to count.
Okay. Could you give us some of the facts that you pulled from the case materials that show the defendant has a narcissistic personality disorder?
Well, with respect to the first criterion I mentioned of reacting to criticism overly strongly, one example is that in her book manuscript, Mrs. Broderick talks about a period when she first suspected that Dan was having an affair, and she wrote, "My great friends were with me all the way. They saw the drastic change in my personality. My health was suffering. I was a shaking, crying, nervous wreck." Now, that's an indication that even at the beginning, when she suspected there was an affair, she responded dramatically and emotionally with a profound sense that she was physically a wreck and psychologically a wreck, that it began even with those suspicions. And of course, losing one's husband in an affair or feeling that that's happening is perceived as an important sense of rejection. So that's quite a criticism for someone who's narcissistic to begin with, to think that their husband's cheating.
Did you see any other facts that you'd like to tell us about?
In supporting the same example, there are other things in her writings where she shows herself to be becoming enraged when she's criticized. But the most dramatic examples are of a kind that rise to the level one might call narcissistic rage. This is a familiar phenomenon to mental health professionals of what happens when someone who's narcissistic is insulted or rejected. Examples from her past include throwing things at Dan, locking him out of the house, criticizing him in front of other people. Those are all ways she would respond when her pride was wounded. Grabbing people by the arm and digging in her fingernails, kicking Kim and Lee out of the house. These are rageful acts, as are the obscene phone calls, burning the clothes, the vandalism at Coral Reef, bashing her truck into Dan's front door at Cypress, lighting the fire on the carpet at Coral Reef, the repeated homicidal threats. All of these reflect the narcissistic rage of one who perceives a severe criticism of her. And this went on for years.
Are narcissists always angry?
Not 100% of the time, even when they are being at their most rageful. And not all narcissists get angry at all.
When they do get angry, do they get more angry than other people?
It can be severe anger. What's more likely to happen is that it will last longer and that the anger will be disproportionate to what originally provoked it.
When you say it would be disproportionate to what originally provoked it, could you kind of elaborate on that, please?
Well, sure. Given the same insult of, let's say, someone's clothing is insulted by someone whose opinion one values, the normal response is not to feel very good about that for the rest of the day, perhaps, or the rest of the party, and to wonder why they made such a cutting comment. But somebody who's narcissistic may never forgive that comment, may never want to talk to that person again, will write them off as a friend. It's out of proportion. The anger is more intense and the reaction is more intense.
You said something that they would hold on to that anger for some time. Could you explain that?
depending on the nature of the event to which they're responding, an individual can bear narcissistic rage indefinitely. People can cut off members of their family because they've been offended by them, can never go back to employment where they were once humiliated, can do rather drastic things because of the intolerability of owning up to the rejection or the criticism or the shame of it all as they feel it.
Going back to the remaining diagnostic criteria that you talked about, did you see other facts in the defendant's case file materials that you reviewed that support a finding that she was a narcissistic personality disorder?
The second heading is being interpersonally exploitive. Some examples of that are the way in which Mrs. Broderick manipulated the children in her quest for vengeance, the way she would drop them off at their father's, making them feel that they were being punished. Statements that she made, such as, if I'm not going to be Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick, he can take care of the kids. Or a statement such as, see what woman wants him with 4 kids. Those are indicative of using the children as pawns for what she thought was a higher purpose of revenge. Or, and by the way, those things also illustrate the lack of empathy. That is, that instead of thinking about how this will affect the children, how it will make them feel, the more important thing to her is gaining revenge against Dan. That's corroborated by the tapes, by the statements the children made to therapists, by the testimony of the daughters even before the homicides. And the tapes show this repeatedly.
Is there any one particular tape conversation that comes to mind when you think about the tapes?
Well, one is the conversation between Mrs. Broderick and her son, Rhett, where she says, Rhett, I hate to tell you this, but you got to learn to stick up for yourself and you got to speak up to Daddy. I'm quoting her. She said, Daddy and the cunt. He's killing you all. He's ruining your lives and killing you, and you've got to speak up and fight back. And Rhett said, I'm not dead. Mrs. Broderick then said, yeah, well, maybe you're not dead physically, but emotionally you're dead. You don't have anyone that loves you or cares about you over there, and he mistreats you, treats you like a little piece of shit. And he's a cold-hearted bastard fucking an office cunt. What kind of a parent is that? Rhett replied, a cold one. Mrs. Broderick said, bad one, very, 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 very bad one. And you shouldn't put up with it anymore. You should tell him to fuck off. You and Lily and Danny should say, fuck off, asshole, and come over here. Tell him to drop dead and go away. And then you'd be happy over here, right? Well, that conversation and others like it illustrate many points about Mrs. Broderick's personality. But one of them is the interpersonal exploitiveness of using the children to gain revenge. Another one is the lack of empathy that it shows. Another is a kind of exaggeration that I'll discuss when I mention the histrionic features, where she talks about very, very, very. Whenever people use phrases like very, 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 you've got a clue that they might be about to exaggerate.
What about the grandiose sense of self-importance that you mentioned as one of the diagnostic criteria? Did you see any facts in the case file that reflected that in the defendant?
Yes. One example was telling Kim that when she divorced Dan, she was going to marry the Prince of Saudi Arabia next because he'd buy her everything she wanted. I see it as grandiose to have said that the guy asked me to marry him every day for 3 years, or to say I finally married him, meaning Dan, out of pity. He wanted me so bad. Those are all grandiose sorts of statements. Yet another is from Mrs. Broderick's book manuscript written in February of '88, where she wrote, let me tell you about my optimism. I am a very up and forgiving, friendly person. I try not to dwell on disappointment or unhappiness and try to make the best of things and go on. This trait of mine is very valuable to others. It is very uplifting and encouraging and happy. I am a great wife and mother, teacher and friend because of it. I am always positive and happy. Now, that's a grandiose statement about her. That is, it inflates, at least to some extent, the value and worth and extent of these traits. And besides that, of course, it's inconsistent with the claim that she was suicidal when she wrote that. Another example was Mrs. Broderick frequently stating to other people that she had a gun and was going to kill Dan and Linda, and rationalizing that when she did so, she wouldn't get in any trouble for it because the world would thank her for it. And in fact, even said that a jury would let her off. That view that the world would thank her for the homicides, that she'd be let off, is a grandiose view, that because she's so important, she's so special, she wouldn't be accountable.
What about the next diagnostic criteria? Did you find anything under that reflected in the case files that shows the defendant was a narcissistic personality disorder?
Yes, the fourth characteristic is that of believing one's problems are unique and can only be understood by other special people. In her diary, she shows that she believes no one else understands how much she goes through. Also, in a letter that she drafted to Judge Joseph, there's a statement in which she indicated that she thought that homicide would be justifiable if she didn't get her own way. And then she crossed out that statement. That, too, shows her sense of having special problems. She wrote, if he is trying to build a case for justifiable homicide, he is doing a great job.
What about under the next diagnostic criteria?
The fifth is the preoccupation with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love. And with respect to that criterion, one example is a passage in her diary where she refers to hers as, quote, one of the world's nicest families, end quote. Again, putting the notion that it is not just good or fine or promising or special, but one of the best in the world. That's what makes it a sign of this disorder. The sixth criterion is having a sense of entitlement, the expectation that others will treat one specially. And here, again, there are many examples. One of the most telling is from December of 1987, where at Christmas, Mrs. Broderick wrote in her diary a list of the things that she felt entitled to, but of which she thought she was being deprived. She wrote, my lifestyle has been trashed. No tree, no one to help carry it in, load the car, etc. No one to see it, no party, no kids, no attic, no coffee table, no country club memberships, no boat for parade of lights, no Jag, only truck, no escort, no parties, no gowns, no presents by or for me, no ski party, no ski trip, no large party, no money. Now, that passage is one of a number that show something of Mrs. Broderick's priorities. And I think it's relevant to point out that that was the same Christmas that she had the opportunity to have the children, but wouldn't take them because Dan wouldn't give her $6,000 for a ski trip. At the same time,
Sure. Take our noon recess at this time, but before we do, I should have mentioned this to you earlier, Mr. Schmidt. If you want to move over to the more comfortable chair after the noon recess, that's fine. It's up to you. But that one swivels, the one you're in doesn't, so it may be more comfortable for you. Please remember the admonition, ladies and gentlemen, not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30. You proceed, Mr. Burkhoff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dietz, I think we were, when we adjourned before lunchtime, on the seventh criteria, diagnostic criteria for narcissistic disorder. And that talks about requiring constant attention and admiration. Did you find any facts as to that in your review of the case file?
yes.
Please tell us about that.
Well, for example, in the marriage encounter book that was written in November of 1976, there are three of the statements Mrs. Broderick wrote that I think are examples of that. One is her statement, quote, "I feel like no one admires me and I need that," end quote. That is the need for admirations understood and expressed. A second is, she wrote, "The number one thing I loved about you was how much you loved me." And then she added, "and showed it." The point there is that what she loved most about Dan was how much he loved her. It's the reflected glory that she received from Dan that she found particularly attractive about him. And thirdly, she was answering a question as to the 5 things that she liked best about Dan and herself. And what one of the 5 things she listed was, people seem to envy us. And that again reflects the desire, the need for being admired and receiving attention from others. A later example is the way Mrs. Broderick described her feelings of being exploited by her own children when they didn't give her enough presence or enough attention. She wrote in a diary entry dated January 3rd, 1988, quote, "I'm very sick of my kids always taking advantage of my sweetness and generosity and getting nothing in return. No Christmas presents, no visits unless they want money, no love," end quote.
What about the 8th criteria, lack of empathy?
Yes, there's a great deal of evidence to support that as well.
Do you have any particular factual instances you'd like to tell us about?
Yes, among them are the nonchalance that Mrs. Broderick conveyed about the effects of dumping her children at their father's door. That is, her lack of concern about the effect that would have on them. With that, as with the obscene messages, she simply wouldn't. She refused to be influenced by the opinions of others. People had told her, and repeatedly, that this was not good for the kids, but that didn't prevent her from doing this. She seemed to be oblivious to the effects that this would have on them, even after she was warned about it. In one of the conversations recorded with Danny, for example, she says, "I'm too embarrassed to even tell anybody I know you guys," which is the kind of thing that she was capable of understanding would be harmful to a child, and that she'd been told not to do things like that. She's an intelligent woman who has better sense than that. She even acknowledged having read many books on divorce, and of course they talk about the effects on the children of this kind of behavior, but it was more important to her to hurt Dan and Linda than to prevent the possible harms to the children. Another example is from a statement that Mrs. Broderick made to Dr. Nelson in February of '87 about Rhett. Dr. Nelson quoted her as saying, "I don't want to care for him. If I do 10 more years of childcare and not take care of myself, I'll end up with nothing. Rhett will have to go back to Dan and do the best he can. I have to take care of myself." That, like the other examples, reflects her priorities and indicates that she is not as sensitive to the needs of other people as to her own, and that's what's described as a lack of empathy.
And Doctor, the last criteria for narcissism, the preoccupation with feelings of envy, did you find any facts in the case file to support those?
Yes.
That diagnostic criteria? Please tell us about that.
Well, again, so some examples out of many are Mrs. Broderick's children saying that if they did anything with their father and Linda, their mother would be furious, calling them traitors and worse. But then later, she'd want to know every detail about what had gone on in Dan and Linda's life. And that's also confirmed by many of her friends and by Dan's housekeepers, that she wants to know what they're doing. Likewise, in a taped message, Mrs. Broderick revealed something of the connection between her preoccupation with feelings of envy and her desire for revenge when she said, and I quote, "I close my eyes and I see you in the cunt, and I see you doing all your wonderful things, and you're going to be so sorry," end quote. That's reflective of her preoccupation, that she would fantasize repeatedly about such a thing, and that preoccupation with it, thinking about them together, was associated with her feelings of revenge as she threatens they'll be sorry. Yet another example is that what occurred at the attempted mediation with Dr. Ruth Roth, it was clear from that Mrs. Broderick was so envious of Linda that it was more important to her to obtain revenge than to be able to keep the children. Dr. Roth quoted her as saying, quote, "I'm not going to be the single mother of 4 kids. I've already told you that. He will die first. I'm not letting go of him that easy. The little was mine and he will stay mine," end quote. That reflects envy.
Now, taking the general population as a whole, is the narcissistic personality disorder that uncommon?
No, there are not accurate data on what proportion of the population suffers it, but we know it's common. You can find it in the floor of the Senate, in any legislative hallway, in any TV newsroom, in any dugout for a major league team. Narcissism is an attribute among many people, including those who are successful, who enjoy the limelight and are prideful about it and see themselves as special and more important than other people. So it's something we all run across this in our everyday lives too, when we find people who expect special favors, who don't expect to have to do things the ordinary way. They expect shortcuts and special attention. It's not a rare condition. Most of the time we don't even notice it because it's so prevalent and such an important facet of everyday life that we don't even recognize it as abnormal most of the time we're with people who are narcissistic.
Okay. Let's shift gears for a second, go to another area. What is a histrionic personality, doctor?
Histrionic personality refers to, in the lesser form, traits, or in the more troublesome form, a disorder in which individuals are primarily characterized, and again, this is from DSM-3R, which tries to give the essential features of each condition. A pervasive pattern of being too emotional, that is, in the technical words, excessive emotionality, and being attention-seeking, which means what it sounds like, people who try to get attention. So those are the 2 essential ingredients. Now, as with the narcissistic personality disorder, there are a number of different characteristics listed, 8 specifically. And before someone's given the diagnosis of having the histrionic personality disorder, one must find that they have at least 5 of the 8 characteristics that are listed. And moreover, before it's called a disorder, it either has to trouble them that they have these needs and wants and behaviors, or else it has to interfere with how they get along with other people.
What are the 8 diagnostic criteria that you just talked about?
Actually, I don't have all 8 of them at hand. I only have at hand the ones that I thought there was evidence for in this case.
How many are those?
5.
Why don't we go with those?
Those 5 are: expresses emotion with inappropriate exaggeration, for example, having temper tantrums. And this refers to the tendency to overreact to things, to show too much emotion in response to whatever the events really call for, and to be constantly making things out to be more than they are. That is, this constant tendency to exaggerate, usually in some emotional direction, and often, as it turns out, for the purpose of having a particular impact on the audience.
Doctor, did you note any particular facts in your review of all the case material here that supported a finding under criteria 4?
Oh, yes.
Please tell us about that.
Well, some examples are statements that Mrs. Broderick has made that are emotional statements in which, for emotional reasons, something is inappropriately exaggerated, such as her statement, "I was turned out into the street penniless by my husband." Or her statement, "Dan Broderick kidnapped my children and held them hostage for 4 years." or I was getting bludgeoned. In fact, I considered it a gang rape by what was going on. That referred to the press and the public not being allowed in the courtroom during the dissolution proceedings. Or another one was her statement, I really don't know what you mean as a narcissistic marriage. This is in response to a letter she'd received. If this is a story at all, it's a story of total corruption of the local legal system. I was gang raped by the Bar Association for 5 years. Half of them helped their friend Dan Broderick break the laws to destroy me. The other half turned their backs on me and wouldn't help me get any legal representation. Or her statement, I was terminated as a mother, from her testimony in this trial. Or her statement that she'd received a threatening letter from Dan, when the letter, which still exists, actually shows that he was saying that if she didn't let him know what furniture she wanted, he would sell it. Now, each of those is an exaggeration from the actual meaning of events, sometimes using very colorful metaphors, which of course attract a lot of attention, but it's not an accurate historical account of what happened with bludgeoning and gang rape and kidnapping and so on.
What about the diagnostic criteria that the defendant is uncomfortable in situations in which he or she is not, well, that a narcissistic person is, that histrionic person is uncomfortable in situations in which he or she is not the center of attention? Did you find any indicia of that in your review of the case file?
Yes, that's the second histrionic feature that I think is supported amply by the evidence. Here the point is this need for attention and being the center of attention. And in that way, it's like the narcissistic trait of needing attention and admiration. It's phrased a little differently. And here it's phrased that the person's uncomfortable if they're not the center of attention. But it's not so different. An example of this is provided in something that Mrs. Broderick wrote that shows how part of her gratification in the marriage came from the attention that came to her as a result of being Mrs. Daniel Broderick, and the ability that being married to him gave her to have lavish and extravagant parties. She wrote, in 1983, we were on top of the world. Our home was almost completely decorated by me, and I was so proud of how it looked. We had money for maids, cars, trips, clothes, etc. We not only attended charity affairs, but we were able to host full tables and invite our friends. Well, that reflects her sense of loss, as she wistfully recalls this, of having been the center of attention, because it's uncomfortable to her not to be able to be in that position. And also, many of Mrs. Broderick's friends noted that what upset her after the divorce wasn't the emotional loss of Dan as a person, but really the loss of social status, because she had had quite high status in that marriage. Still another example comes from a description of a party that Mrs. Broderick went to. This is written after the separation, about December 5th of 1987, the Learn Allow party. She wrote, besides being fat and having no money to bid in the auction, I am so brokenhearted. I have no personality when talking to people. I have nothing fun and positive to talk about, like new furs and jewels, trips, home remodels, kids, etc. Again, mourning the loss of being the center of attention and of being able to play that role that she enjoyed, which gratified her.
Dr. Dietz, what about the next criteria, which has to do with displaying rapidly shifting and shallow expressions of emotion? Did you note any facts in the case file to support that criteria?
Yes, there's quite a bit to indicate that Mrs. Broderick's emotions quickly move from one to the next. She can shift between moods rapidly and shift back just as rapidly. The diaries have many entries about times that she was upset for a day or two, or depressed for a day or two, or worried for a day or two, or angry over and over and over, and not usually just for a day or two with anger. Toward the children, she even shows these kinds of shifts between loving the children and being very proud of them and pleased with them, to, for some quite temporary reason, being furious with them and wanting to disown them, being hostile or condemning them and calling them names. And you can even hear this even in the course of a single conversation, where she goes from sounding the loving mother to sounding very angry with the child or willing to use the child, back to being more motherly. The shifts happen quickly, and they don't stay in place for long, nor do they reflect any central change in how she sees people. It's just this constant fluttering of emotions. Another example is the way she's disowned long-term friends or family members, or at least temporarily said she'd done so, because they wouldn't side with her in her hatred toward Dan and Linda.
What about the next criteria, having to do with actions being directed towards obtaining immediate satisfaction and having no tolerance and a frustration for delayed gratification?
Well, that's the technical language DSM-3R uses. It's referred to as being self-centered in the list of criteria. It's something that's more familiar to people as the way children behave, where they want what they want when they want it. They want it right now. They have to have their needs met immediately. Mrs. Broderick even wrote in 1976 a statement quite along those lines. This is in her marriage encounter book, where she wrote, "I hate to have people tell me to do things. I like to do what I feel like when I feel like."
And as to the last criteria, having a style of speech that's excessively impressionistic and lacking in detail, did you find any facts to support that criteria?
Yes, actually I've already given some examples of how her speech is vague and does not focus on the details of things. She paints with a broad and colorful brush designed to achieve an effect on the listener, and without much concern for the details of what's being said or the historical truth of what's being said. So she will sometimes speak out of emotion about how she felt without concern for the fact that the words she used aren't about what really happened. They're about how she felt. I gave you some examples before of these sorts of colorful word pictures, talking about herself as homeless or penniless, or the kids having been held hostage, or Dan having kidnapped them, or being gang raped. Now, these do attract attention, which fulfills both her narcissistic needs and also her histrionic needs to be at the center of attention. But they don't accurately describe what happened. Even when histrionics are exaggerating, however, they know the truth. They know what the truth is. And if they're pushed on it, if they're confronted, then they will back down and they will readily acknowledge that I wasn't actually homeless or I wasn't exactly penniless, but I felt that way.
Why do histrionics use exaggeration?
Well, there are a couple of reasons. One is because they do tend to be responding emotionally, and the emotional pitch is more important to them than whether it's what a witness would have seen or what was objectively the case. But it's also because this helps keep them in the limelight, helps keep things exciting, makes things interesting, captures the attention of other people, keeps other people on the edge of their seats, or makes things more entertaining for them. And it's because of behaviors like this that histrionic characteristics are quite valued by people who are in the performing arts, and that one finds so much of it in Hollywood. That tendency to be colorful and flamboyant and emotional has a market in our society.
What's the prevalence of histrionic personality disorder among the general population?
In Hollywood, sky high, and the rest of the country, not so high, but still, there's plenty. I mean, I can't imagine anyone ever has a party without a few being there. It's that common, but but it hasn't been measured to my knowledge.
Dr. DeFrancesca, you reviewed her testimony.
Yes.
Dr. DeFrancesca has testified in this trial that histrionics, and using her words, are people pleasers. Is that the way you would describe a histrionic professionally?
when they're in a good mood, that's right. That what histrionics do is to entertain their viewers, whether it's on television or on a date, and they are colorful and they're flamboyant and they're fun. And as long as you don't have to meet their needs, and then it can get tiresome and wear thin. But they can be very attractive and can be a great deal of fun to be with. They know how to work an audience, how to please the people that they want to please. And in that sense, that's true.
Did you have the opportunity to review a letter that the defendant wrote Dr. Dietz in, I believe, 1988?
Excuse me. To Dr.
A letter that the defendant wrote to Dr. Dietz in 1988?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of that with you?
Mhm.
Were there any particular passages that you took note of in that letter that are specifically illuminating of either the defendant's narcissistic or histrionic personality?
Yes, there are quite a few.
Please go ahead.
Okay, the letter begins, "Dear Dr. Dietz, I am still waiting for the statement of a single fact that led you to your grandiose conclusion." Now, that opening sentence is hostile and accusatory, which, because of the context, can be seen to be an example of this narcissistic rage. What has happened is that he has made a finding and given an opinion in connection with her custody and visitation pursuit that it's unfavorable to her, and she's enraged by that. And so she goes on to attack both him and Dan. In your letter of September 17, 1988, explaining your evaluation of the Broderick custody, I fail to find a single name or fact that leads to your dramatic and totally erroneous conclusion. If I have to tell this story again, I'm going to vomit. Well, that's an example of the narcissistic rage in response to criticism, because she's very angry. It's obvious from what she writes. But it's also histrionic exaggeration. It's not that she's literally going to vomit. It is that she feels that upset, or wants to convey to an audience that she feels that upset. And at the same time, this has within it an example of the narcissistic grandiosity, that sense of being, of having a swelled ego, where she says that there's not a single fact in support of Dr. Dietz's opinion. Well, that's not right, that there wasn't a single fact. However debatable it may have been, that wasn't an accurate statement. She goes on saying, "How dare you submit such bullshit to a court of law? How dare you challenge me to try and grasp the concepts herein when there's not a single concept within?" Well, again, this is exaggerated. It is not an accurate statement that there is no concept there. It is an emotional, flamboyant, angry outburst put in print. Another example of this kind of histrionic exaggeration is on page 3, where she says, "Mr. Broderick is and always has been an abusive, obnoxious, cold-hearted, detached father. The kids hate him." Well, wherever the truth may lie, that's not exactly right. Or on page, I believe this is 5, where she writes, "Mr. Broderick has never taken a summer vacation with his kids. 17 years, exclamation point." And then on the next page, she says, in fact, the same paragraph, "Mr. Broderick feebly attempted to perform for the court by taking them to Hawaii and on a motorhome trip, which they hated." Well, not only does she contradict herself, saying he never took them on a trip, and then pointing out he just did, but it shows that he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't. If he doesn't take him on a vacation, then he's no good. If he takes him on a vacation, then he's no good, because he must have an ulterior motive. He can't win. She goes on to say, "I have 9 volumes of diaries listing times and dates Dan Broderick has terrorized his kids physically and emotionally." Well, that's histrionic exaggeration. whatever he may have did, he did not terrorize them physically and emotionally, or more to the point, the 9 volumes of diaries, which I've had occasion to review, do not contain 9 volumes of material about Dan Broderick physically and emotionally terrorizing his kids. They have 9 volumes of what Betty Broderick has to say about many things, but that isn't there. There's no physical, emotional terror filling 9 volumes. Or again, on page 11, he left me with no money in a leased car, leased house, both in his name. Not exactly a factually accurate account of what happened. Or he literally terrorized us. These reflect the kind of emotional exaggeration that I was describing. Page 13, there is not a single fact against me as a mother. Page 14, I am also the greatest mother to my 4 kids. There is not a single fact to deny that. Page 15, because of Mr. Broderick's legal maneuvers, I have been without any competent legal representation all along. He's blaming others for her not keeping any of the lawyers she hires. Page 16, Mr. Broderick forcibly took possession of my home, furniture, money, kids. It's histrionic exaggeration about him taking forcible possession of all of those things. Page 18. I had been forcibly kept from my children for over 1 year, and I had no legal representation. That's not exactly the way things were. Page 20. Yeah, 20. I will not march quietly to the gas chamber. Well, I don't think that that was in anyone's proposal at the time. These are emotional, colorful outbursts that reflect anger, they reflect emotion, and they intend to have an effect on their audience, get everyone upset, let people know how mad she is. But they can't be taken for accurate accounts of historical truth.
Dr. DeFrancesca has testified recently that, according to her, from her review of the case material, everything was fine with the defendant before 1983. Do you agree with that position, Dr. Dietz?
Well,
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
I'll repeat the question. Dr. DeFrancesca has testified earlier that in her review of the case file materials, at least that she looked at, that everything was fine with the defendant before 1983. Do you agree with that position?
no, I don't think that's quite accurate.
Can you explain for us why that's not accurate?
Sure. Well, there's evidence of these same kinds of features being present before 1983, although it's also the case that her life prior to 1983 hasn't been scrutinized in anything like the same detail, because it's in light of the custody, divorce, and homicide trials that her life's put under a microscope for recent years. So we have a lot more information about her recent history. But what information does exist about her behavior before that time is consistent with her having the histrionic and narcissistic patterns. For example, there's an occasion, there's a passage in the Marriage Encounter book written in 1976. Where Mrs. Broderick wrote, "I've been attracted to and gotten to know what seems to be oodles of men of all types, sizes, and backgrounds. In most cases, after 5 minutes, I have no use for these people. In some cases, it takes quite a while before I write them off as no use to me." Well, that's a statement of someone who uses people. Her assessment of men she meets is, are these people of use to me? That's a posture, not a rare one, but a posture that people take when they are interpersonally exploitive. How can I use this person? Another example is in 1986, I mentioned earlier, she wrote in the same book that she needs admiration. Or when she wrote that what she loved most about Dan was how much he loved her, that is, finding the reflection of her glory in his face, is, again, evidence of narcissism from before 1983. Locking Dan out of the house, criticizing him in front of other people, are examples of her having lack of empathy and perhaps narcissistic rage at that time. Her throwing things, scratching and digging in her fingernails, are all examples of times that she could be in a narcissistic rage. Or with respect to the histrionics, even that statement about the oodles of men is a histrionic-like way of phrasing things. But her threatening divorce when things weren't going just her way in the marriage is a histrionic thing to do. Her writing back in '76 that she likes to do what she feels like when she feels like. Again, evidence of her having that histrionic propensity even then. And I have no doubt that if the depth of investigation of her life from that earlier period were to produce as much data as from the later period, that we'd find lots more evidence. That assertion comes from the fact that these things don't have their onset in the 30s or 40s. These conditions have their onset probably in early childhood and always by the end of adolescence, early adulthood.
Now, were you aware that Dr. DeFrancesca diagnosed the defendant as being a borderline personality disorder?
Yes.
Do you agree with that diagnosis?
Well, I don't think the evidence supports it, though there are some features that are consistent with it and reasons why it's right to consider whether the evidence supports it. She has some of the sorts of behaviors that make one wonder if she has that.
What is a borderline personality?
Borderline personality disorder is a pattern, again, with criteria listed in DSM-3R, in which the essential ingredients, the things that must be present, are that there be a pervasive, long-standing pattern of unstable mood, of unstable relationships with other people, and of self-image. Those are the major things that must be true. Now, the unstable mood is something that it shares with histrionic. The shifting emotions of the histrionic could also be seen as the unstable mood of the borderline. There's some overlap between those. The unstable interpersonal relations in borderlines tend to be very pronounced, and it's one of the features that marks them, in that most clinicians have the view, I believe, I certainly do, that it's difficult for anyone to get along with a borderline personality disordered person for very long because the relationships become so unstable. These people are typically in and out of marriages constantly. Often there's a great deal of substance abuse or other highly impulsive, destructive acts. They will sometimes be in and out of seemingly intimate relationships within a week, may have several people with whom they have intense, passionate affairs, and then it's broken off. Very dramatic extremes. And they're often described by those who know them as being like an emotional roller coaster. And because that is so very difficult to get along with, they do not often survive long in a stable relationship with anyone, which is one of the reasons I don't think that's applicable here.
You did say that the defendant did exhibit certain borderline traits.
Yes.
What were those that you saw in the case file?
Well, some particular traits that are more characteristic of borderlines than the other conditions. As I say, there's some overlap among these. There's some things that you could say it's a borderline trait, or maybe it's a narcissistic or histrionic, because they're all very related. But the things that are more borderline-like, for which there's evidence, are one in which she tends to see things in black or white. Sometimes this is referred to as splitting. An individual can be regarded by a borderline or someone who has this trait, which also occurs in narcissism, by the way, as being a very good person, somebody that's looked up to, admired, and respected. And then for some reason, good or bad, the reason could be trivial even, the person is suddenly denounced and is now regarded as the embodiment of all evil. And I think we see Mrs. Broderick doing that with Dan, as he went from being very highly regarded by her to being condemned and thought to be the root of all of her problems. That can be seen either as narcissistic rage, or if she were to go back and forth between those two states, it would be more like a borderline. If she were running back to him every few weeks saying, I love you passionately, we have to be together again, and they got together for a week and then it fell apart again, that's the way a borderline would tend to behave. On again, off again. But she does tend to see things in black and white. She's dealt this way with her friends. She's dealt this way with family members. She's dealt this way with children. And I think the second feature of borderline-like behavior that's most pronounced is one I've already talked about under other names. That's affective instability, her moodiness, her tending to respond emotionally. Histrionics do that, and they have these swings of emotions. Narcissists may do that too, though it's not one of the listed features. But in borderlines, one expects to see a lot of that. And so, once again, some of those examples could be called either way. I think on balance, though, when you look at all of the evidence and how her life has progressed, when you look exactly at what the criteria of DSM-3R specify, that the correct diagnoses were the ones that Dr. Goldspan rendered of histrionic and narcissistic.
Is the borderline personality disorder all that uncommon?
Many of us wish it were, because they're very difficult patients and they provoke so much trouble, but it isn't uncommon. It's become the most commonly diagnosed condition of the female college students who go to college mental health centers, for example. It's the bulk of their caseload these days.
Did you find in your complete review of the case file here any other significant personality traits that the defendant exhibited?
Well, there are quite a few examples of all of the, not all, nearly all of the character traits described for that group of personality disorders that are in cluster B of the DSM-3R. The diagnostic manual divides the personality disorders into several clusters that are thought to be related to each other. The second one listed, there's A, B, C. This B, the second one listed, has narcissistic personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, and finally, antisocial personality disorder. I've already talked about the first three, but Mrs. Broderick also has a lot of the adult features of antisocial personality disorder.
Doctor, let's move on to Dr. DeFrancesca's diagnosis that the defendant was suffering from major depression recurrent type. Do you recall looking at the transcript and seeing her arrive at that diagnosis?
Yes.
And you recall her testimony regarding that?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree with that diagnosis?
No.
Why is that?
Well, there's several reasons why I don't think that the diagnosis is quite correct. The first is that none of the doctors who treated Mrs. Broderick diagnosed a major depressive illness. The doctor who knew her the best, Dr. Nelson, who treated her from early 1987 until July of 1989, testified that whatever depression Mrs. Broderick had didn't disable her and didn't make her inactive, and that the testing results, quote, showed no evidence of what we would call serious psychopathology, end quote. Moreover, Dr. Nelson saw her later in the latter part of 1989, just a month before the homicides, and he didn't find any major depression then either. Another reason is that Mrs. Broderick's diaries show times when she got upset for a day or two, but there were always obvious reasons for why she was getting upset. And the direction her upset took was not consistently depression or even a variation on the theme. That is, times she would be anxious, she would be angry, she would be what she characterized as hysterical. It's not often that she characterized herself as sad, though sometimes she said she was depressed. But more to the point, her diaries show these particular complaints to be fleeting. They didn't last long. She'd write about it for a day, sometimes 2 days in a row, then it wouldn't be there again, and she'd be back to talking about the other things. She'd have a day or two where she said she couldn't sleep, and then she'd make no mention of that for a while. Or she'd talk about a week when she gained some weight, and then that wouldn't be mentioned for a while. Or she'd talk about a time when she just didn't feel like doing much, but it wouldn't last long. A major depressive illness, that diagnosis, is only given when a particular set of signs and symptoms listed in the manual are present for a sufficient length of time. And the key is that the symptoms have to occur simultaneously. If someone has sleeplessness for a few nights one week and the next week they gain weight, and the week after that they don't have any energy, and the week after that they feel sad, that isn't major depression. It all has to happen at once, and it has to stay that way for a period. Traditionally, the cutoff point was at least 2 weeks of feeling that way every day or nearly every day. We don't arbitrarily cut it off at exactly 2 weeks now, but the idea is there has to be a period of time where the person consistently feels this way. It can't just be that they had a bad day or that they had a lousy weekend. It has to be something more intense than that. Also, it used to be thought that we wouldn't even count it as major depression if it had an obvious cause. That's changed, and we recognize that sometimes people can get a biological illness of a major depression, even when there's some provocation, something that's making them that way. Still, getting upset for things that have an obvious cause for a day or two doesn't mean one has that illness. Normal people sometimes get upset when bad things happen in their lives. Doesn't mean they have a mental illness to get upset about things. At none of the times that we have data about Mrs. Broderick, either from observers of her or from her diaries, does she have enough of the symptoms simultaneously for long enough to qualify for a diagnosis of major depressive illness. And no one who saw her before the homicides ever said she did. Yet another reason is her functioning. And this goes to how bad any depression she had could have been. Because there's no doubt there were times Mrs. Broderick was depressed. Everyone who's seen her knows that there are times that she's been sad, times she's been depressed. Part of how we evaluate how severe a depression is to see whether it is this depressive disorder, the illness that I was just describing. But another way is to see whether the person can function even while they have that. Someone who gets sad and still keeps up with their work isn't as depressed as someone who's too sad to go to work that day or to get dressed. And they're not as severely depressed as someone who has the psychosis that their body's rotting from the inside and they're about to die, which is what happens in the most serious depressions. There are different severities of depression, from simple sadness up to those very sick psychotic illnesses. Well, to look at how someone's doing, one thing is to look at their symptoms, another is to see how they're getting on in life, what their functioning is. In Mrs. Broderick's case, her functioning was such that even if she had a major depression, which I don't think is evidenced, at most it could be mild in severity because of the things she was still capable of doing. She ran an independent household, including shopping for herself and shopping for other people. She decorated her house. She decorated her condo. She traveled extensively. She remained very involved in the children's school. She served on social committees. She had cosmetic surgery. She explored career opportunities, including a legal or paralegal career looking at working at the art gallery in La Jolla, considered opening a photography studio, a photography business. She served as president of the investment club. She became involved in a legal reform organization known as HALT. She spoke at public hearings. She gave numerous interviews with reporters. She maintained a stable and intimate relationship with a boyfriend. She rewrote declarations that her lawyers had drafted. She presented her own case in December of 1988. She planned camping trips with the boys, and she even wrote a book. That's functioning. That's getting on with life. That's doing things in the world, even if they weren't the things she most wanted to do. That's not the behavior of someone with a major depression who won't get out of the same pajamas or comb their hair day after day after day and week after week after week.
Doctor, do you recall Dr. DeFrancesca's testimony regarding depression on this masking concept that sometimes the defendant would appear, quote, normal, but that was because she was masking her depression?
Yes.
Do you have any comments on that particular concept?
Well, there is such a thing as a masked depression, but most of the time that people don't look depressed, the explanation for that is that they aren't, not that they're masking it.
What about Dr. DeFrancesca's testimony that the defendant was consistently diagnosed in the past as being depressed by other mental health professionals? Do you agree with that position?
Well, as I said, everyone recognized there were times she was depressed, but no one ever diagnosed her as having a major depressive illness, as far as I could see, up until Dr. DeFrancesca did so, or at least up until after the homicides.
Does the evidence in your review of the entire materials of this case file show the defendant to have been suicidal when she was depressed?
It does not.
Can you tell us why that is?
Sure. Well, first of all, in many ways, Mrs. Broderick is too narcissistic to kill herself. She wouldn't want to spoil such a special and perfect thing as herself. It's difficult for narcissists to harm themselves because of the high regard in which they hold themselves. Secondly, there's no evidence that she ever attempted suicide. At the most, there is the phenomenon of histrionic gesture, in which she scratches her wrists and takes some pills about the house to call attention to being upset, and doesn't do anything that in fact could bring about death. Now, there are teenage girls who mistakenly think sometimes that taking certain kinds of medications that actually won't harm them may kill them. But Mrs. Broderick had been married to Dan during medical school, and she's an intelligent woman, and she knows what's capable of producing death and what isn't. So this is a histrionic gesture, not a suicide attempt to scratch her wrists and take some pills. She also said that she'd never kill herself and give Dan what he wanted. Even when she was feeling her worst and listed various complaints in her diary, including going pretty far down the chain of what sort of things one's likely to complain about, what she didn't do is mention thoughts of suicide. And in fact, when one looks at the diary entries surrounding the times that she's said she was suicidal, there isn't any mention in the diary of her being suicidal at those times. A fifth reason is that her anger was always directed outward, much more than it was directed inward. She was very angry for a long period of time, but she made it rather clear to whom she was directing her anger, and it wasn't herself. Sixth, when she made threats, it was threats of homicide. She repeatedly threatened homicide, but she wasn't repeatedly threatening suicide. Seventh, she was recognized by others as being at risk of homicide, but not of suicide. In fact, even to the point that Dan and Linda hired guards at various points to protect them from her. Multiple people knew that she was at risk of killing them. Eighth, she'd shown some of the very specific signs of someone being dangerous to others, that is, warning signs of homicidal behavior, such as uttering threats to kill, not just when she was angry and emotional and being histrionic, but even when calm. Calm threats to kill are much more ominous and predictive than sort of hysterical outbursts. And she had made even calm threats. She had also destroyed symbols of Dan, which is another one of the predictors of who was likely to kill another person. She had defaced a photograph of Dan. She'd burned his clothing. Those are symbolic moves of the kind that we've learned through research. I happen to do research on that phenomenon, are predictive of violence toward other people. And she had even assaulted Dan's home with her vehicle, which caused him to emerge where she could engage him in face-to-face combat. Those are behaviors predictive of violence toward others, not predictive of violence towards oneself. The ninth reason is that even in her book, which she claims was written when she was suicidal, she doesn't make any mention of being suicidal. And on the contrary, what she wrote was, quote, "If this is the way domestic disputes are settled in the courts, is there any wonder there are so many murders?" So, in contrast to her saying she was suicidal, what she implies was she realizes that murders grow out of events like these. And the 10th reason is that she committed homicide, not suicide.
Doctor, you testified that personality disorders such as narcissism and histrionic personalities developed in late adolescence. Is that correct?
That's right. Or at least by then. That is, they may well be firmly fixed by age 3 or 4 in the eyes of some of the people who've studied this, but they're at least in place by late adolescence or early adulthood.
Are these personality disorders caused by, let's say, a bad marriage
No,
or a spouse having an affair
no.
or a divorce?
Well, maybe of one's own parents plays a part in it.
You're talking about during or before adolescence, I assume.
Right.
And what is the main difference between personality disorders and somebody who's, let's say, has a psychotic mental illness?
Well, in a psychotic mental illness, individuals have one of the symptoms of psychosis by definition. You can't have a psychotic mental illness unless you have either hallucinations or delusions or a thought disorder. Now, hallucinations are things like hearing voices or seeing things. They're perceptions that are not true. Mrs. Broderick never had any hallucinations, and no one has ever said she did, to my knowledge, not in any of the materials I've seen. Delusions are such features as patently false or absurd beliefs, believing that the planes flying overhead are giving one a particular set of messages about when the Martians are going to invade. That's a delusional belief. Mrs. Broderick's never had any delusional beliefs in the opinions of anybody who has dealt with her in any of the materials I've had occasion to look at. And the third feature of a psychotic illness is that of a disorder of the form of thought. Now that's a technical phrase that refers to having one's thinking so disturbed that it's impossible for the person to really communicate meaningfully with other people. So, for example, someone who can only speak in rhymes and riddles and no one can understand what they're saying may have a serious thought disorder. Or the individual who can only communicate with special words that they make up, or who's always making up words, can have a thought disorder. There are lots of other ways in which thought disorder happens, but there's no evidence Mrs. Broderick ever had one. The features of psychosis, of psychotic mental illnesses, are all those things that mean that someone's out of touch with reality because they're seeing things or hearing things, or they can't communicate with other people, or their beliefs are taken over by the mental illness. The mental illness interferes greatly with a person's life, and there's nothing they can do about it except get treated for it. Whereas in personality disorder, it's the pattern of behavior that is in conscious awareness. The individual knows what they're doing, knows why they're doing it, makes choices, makes their own decisions, plots their own course, and they're not ruled by it. That is, in personality disorder, the condition doesn't rule the person rules the condition, and they behave as they wish on purpose.
Doctor, does a personality disorder make a person crazy?
No,
Does it prevent a person from knowing what he or she is doing?
no, it doesn't.
Does it cause amnesia or to make the person forget things that they've done?
No, it doesn't.
Does it prevent a person from being deceptive?
From what?
From being deceptive?
No, it does not prevent that.
Does it prevent a person from planning things and acting according to that plan?
No,
And does it prevent a person from making choices of what course of conduct to take?
no.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
We'll take our recess, Mr. Riddle. I can start either way. Let's take the recess. Take our afternoon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in recess until 3 o'clock. Please remember the admonition. People of the State of California versus Elizabeth Broderick. Court finds all members of the jury panel are present. All counsel are present. Mrs. Broderick is present. Dr. Dietz is back on the witness stand. You may proceed, Mr. Early.
Dr. Dietz, when part of your business is having a company that caters to stars in Hollywood, senators, people like that, is that not correct?
Well, actually, more of the work is toward Fortune 500 companies, but occasionally I do work on behalf of Hollywood celebrities and not senators, no.
Okay. Well, you also, there's some political figures that you have a company that holds itself out to, is that correct? For consulting?
I've done research on threats to political figures, and I suppose the only political figures that I've done consulting for have been judges. I don't think there are any other kinds of political figures.
Your Honor, excuse me, I think the microphone is turned off. Which needs to be plugged.
Oh. Thank you.
Mechanical engineer.
Sure. You list in your resume a number of cases that you've been involved in. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a list of some of them.
Okay. It's the well-known cases that you've been involved in. Is that correct?
Those are the ones that are listed.
And you, in fact, as you do these cases, you sometimes then use them as a form of a basis for you to give lectures and to be invited to places to speak on. Is that correct?
I've probably given half a dozen, maybe as many as 10 talks that involve some notable case or a notable case or another.
Okay. And at times when you take the cases, you know that they will become either parts of books or other writings of yours. Is that not correct?
There are times that I hope to use a case for case history of something I'm writing about, yes.
Okay. And that's before you testify even. Is that correct?
Did I know that?
Yes.
Well, sometimes. I mean, for example, I'm not writing about anything this case is relevant to, but someday I might.
Now, at the time that you do get paid for your work, do you know?
Most of the time,
Okay, and you were paid on this case.
yes.
And were you paid a flat fee, an hourly fee?
An hourly rate.
And what was your hourly rate?
For Dr. Lipian's time, $125 an hour. For my time, $300 an hour.
Now, you've written articles before about psychiatrists and the different motives they have, whether they're retained or appointed, haven't you?
Yes,
And you wrote one in 1986, did you not? About doctors and the various, the way that things may affect how they look at cases based on whether they're retained, appointed, part of the system.
I think it was 1986. I did write about how some of the market forces provide incentives.
And you wrote then that private psychiatrists can charge anywhere from $125 to $200 an hour. Those are the figures you used, is that correct?
I don't recall, it may be, that sounds what the rates had been at that time.
And so the rate since 1986 now is gone from up to your rate of $300 an hour.
Now it's actually gone up higher than that.
Now, at the time that you were reading a number of passages from Elizabeth Broderick's writings at times as examples of her behavior, is that something that you can almost pick out of anybody? You can take one of their writings and probably pick out an example of what kind of behavior they might have?
You couldn't pick examples of those conditions out of just anybody's writings, but you could, out of anyone's writings, look for examples of personality disorder features and maybe find them.
Now, at the time that you pick out examples, the best way to do that so someone understands what someone's to talk about is sometimes to give context to what we're talking about. Isn't that right? When you try as a professional to give context to why someone might give a certain answer. Isn't that right?
Sometimes it's needed to clarify.
In the marriage encounter, there is various questions that are asked to the people, and then they're required to give answers as part of the marriage encounter. Isn't that correct?
Some of the format was questions and answers, yes.
So, for instance, where you said that Gabe is part of her personality disorder before 1983, and you were talking about people seem to envy us. The question that was asked is, what do I like best about us? Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's what I think I testified to.
She also talked that they have nice kids. Is that correct in that answer?
I don't remember what the other four were, but there were four other things, I think.
They talked about that we're both smart. We both work hard. Those were other things that she said that they liked about us. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Those are all things that you would say are either narcissistic, histrionic, or antisocial, those answers?
No, I thought those answers were true.
Okay. So the fact that you were able to pick out one answer and say that somehow, and you didn't think that it was true that people seem to envy them?
That might be true, but I also think that liking that is one of one's most valued traits. Reflects something unusual. People like having the things that would be envied, but liking being envied is not an ordinary trait.
Did you happen to read the whole marriage encounter?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Now, she talked about her weak points in there, did she not? She gave some indications of what were her weak points. Is that right?
I recall something of that, yes.
Okay. She didn't see herself as perfect.
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about this passage, and you tell me what this shows as her being the points that show that she is narcissistic and histrionic as a disorder in 1983. Darling Dan.
Objection, Your Honor, if it was not a passage that was referred to or relied upon forming the basis of this opinion, that's inappropriate. I did simply read it.
Sustained at this point, show us if relied on that.
Was there parts of the marriage encounter that you just threw out and said, since they don't prove my point, they're irrelevant? Or did you look at the whole marriage?
Mr. That's inappropriate.
Okay, I'll ask the question, Your Honor. Did you look at the whole marriage encounter and consider the whole marriage encounter, or did you only pick out parts of it and say, these are the only parts to me that are relevant?
I read the entire thing and I looked to see if there were examples of any of the characteristics of psychopathology.
And did you feel that the whole marriage encounter showed at least what her personality or how she thought about herself? Or are you saying that you were able to pick out just one or two lines in abstract and that the rest didn't tell you anything?
Well, I wasn't asked to address the life and times of Mrs. Broderick, only whether she had mental conditions.
Well,
And so that's what I, of course, looked for. But I did read it all, and I think that it did give a fair accounting of how she wanted to present herself to her husband at that time.
okay. And so by reading the marriage encounter, you would get, at this point in time, you didn't believe that she, that November 5th, 1989 was on her mind, did you? In other words, you didn't think that she was writing this for this trial?
No, I thought she was writing it for Dan and for the sake of their marriage.
Okay. So it would tell you something about reading it, about how she, if I withdraw the question, you indicated that that now if we could look back and we could find some writings of hers, we would then know what she was like as a person. We would have more scrutiny. This was a writing of hers done pre-1983, is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. So in here, by going through the passages, we would have some idea of what she was like as a person when she wouldn't have necessarily the motives she even had in 1985 or 86 when she's looking at a divorce. Would you agree with that?
I think it would give you a very good view of how in 1976 Mrs. Broderick wished to appear to her husband.
Okay. I'm going to read you then this passage. It occurs to me how long it's been since we have written letters, and I like them so much, both to write and receive them. I'm really liking this weekend. We've been so right in the past, recognizing what's wrong with us. We're so smart about that, but it seems we cannot go beyond that, and I hope we will start to now. I love the part about the opposite of love is indifference. We never hated each other, but we have, or at least I feel you have been guilty of the opposite of love, and it really hurts. Do you feel an accurate representation of what she's like? Or is this part of the histrionic or narcissistic personality?
I think that that's a genuine statement, if that's what you're asking, that she finds herself feeling hurt when he seems indifferent to her. Now, what would have to do with her personality makeup would require, on a point like that, knowing whether objectively he was being indifferent. If she perceived it as indifferent, even when what he was doing most people would perceive as warm and sensitive and generous, then that could be reflective of her excessive need for attention, that what for most people would be thought warmth, to her seemed indifferent.
You read his marriage encounter, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't read his at all?
No.
So when you were given these volumes of books and paper, that part never was given to you and you never requested it?
By the time I knew it existed, I already knew that I'd been, that there was a ruling that I already knew what the limits of my testimony were going to be, and that they would not be including.
When did you
That
get involved? When did you get involved in this case?
Many months ago.
Before the trial began?
Oh, yes.
And when did you get this material?
The marriage encounter book?
No, all these transcripts of the last trial.
The transcripts of the last trial, again, many months ago.
Before the trial began.
Yes, that's right.
And the marriage encounter was mentioned in the last trial, was it not? And actually read to the jury, or the jury read it. Objection irrelevant.
Oh, Rose can answer that, if you remember.
I don't remember, but I knew that there were lots of writings by her and had lots of those. I didn't know of the separate thing called the marriage encounter book until quite recently.
Okay, so you didn't read the whole trial transcript. Sometimes your associate did that.
I don't think he read the entire trial transcript either, only the testimony of particular witnesses, the ones that were mentioned before.
Yeah.
And as to which of us read which parts, I'm not sure I could even reconstruct all that now.
Did the both of you together read the whole trial transcript, or was just you focused in on particular witnesses?
I know that I read all of the testimony of the mental health professionals, and I know that I read all of the direct and cross-examination of Mrs. Broderick. I think that it was Dr. Lippian who first summarized the testimony of Kim and Lee Broderick.
Did you read any of the other witnesses that were called to trial?
I don't recall reading any of them, no.
Did you recall reading any testimony of friends and acquaintances of Elizabeth Broderick?
No, only the ones that I listed before.
Did and you say that you were told that you didn't read one marriage encounter because you didn't think that it was going to come into evidence?
No.
That's misleading. He's been limited to what he can express an opinion.
Just go on to another area, Mr. Okay. The she goes on to say, this is all true. Now, I don't know what else to say except I love you and I hope we can accommodate each other better. One of the big hurdles I'm up against is your refusal of the need to share. I really think all people do, but you're saying that you don't. Now, is her need to, at least her expression of a need to share, is that something that's narcissistic, histrionic?
Not of itself, no.
This has got to be a mutual type of fulfilling each other's needs, but you keep saying you don't have these needs, which I believe. But in a way, I feel sorry for you that you don't open yourself up to some wonderful happiness. I think your self-image is so guarded that you're not living life and enjoying it to the fullest. Is that something that is her narcissism or her histrionics at that time?
Not unless it's misleading.
You read some quotes about her feelings about her being the center of attention. Did you did she talk about things that she needed that were important to her, like listening to people, writing "Don't interrupt at all," "Don't comment," "Don't shift eyes on position," "Don't be assured you know what's coming"? Did she talk about needing to listen to other people's feelings?
I read that, but I couldn't tell from the context whether this was advice given to everyone about how to be a better listener, or whether this was someone's critique of her and she was trying to learn how to develop empathic listening skills that she lacked. I couldn't tell. It looked like an exercise program to me.
When you talked about someone that would need to be the center of attention, she writes, at first it sounds trivial, but when I really think about it, you are the most important person I have in the whole universe, bar absolutely none, and I'll be lost without you. That's the person who feels that that the world evolves around them. That's what she's saying.
She is expressing her dependency and seeking to make it plain to her husband that he's important to her.
She talks in there about feel like I'm living in a very bad Del Mar fog, or that snowstorm we drove through once, like speeding along, not seeing what is ahead, anticipating a terrible thing to happen to us at any second, losing touch with the world, unable to cling to anything secure. I like the sunshine and I long for the clarity and predictability and security in our lives. Now she's talking about their lives together. Was that someone who was only using that relationship as she would in that
in her borderline personality or in her narcissistic personality?
Someone who is expressing feelings of insecurity and seems to sense that the marriage was in trouble even then.
Now, you indicated that she was somebody who was who would want to be in command, and problems with that. Is that something that you would see with somebody who's narcissistic, wanting to be in control?
I don't understand the question.
Well, is part of narcissism wanting to be in control?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Is there anything that you saw about her that she needed to be in control of things?
I think there's some indication of that, yes.
Okay. Now, needing to have some control over your life, that's not necessarily bad, is it?
No.
Okay. And in a marriage, when somebody is making decisions on what furniture they buy, what they're going to spend money on in the house, does that show a disorder because the other spouse would like to be involved in that?
No.
You read one line out of the cases out of the marriage encounter in regards to her using people. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, that was actually a whole thing that she wrote, a whole letter, and that was just one line in the middle. Isn't that correct?
I think it was more than one line. You're talking about the oodles of men?
Yes. Yes.
But it was just one part of a larger piece.
Okay. And what she wrote is, I feel concerned that you are falling prey to such trivial strokes, as you call them, from people who mean nothing to you. You react to the smallest thing. When people that mean everything to you try to give you strokes, you slough them off and don't react. I too fall for the trivial ones, and they are really fun to get, but I also know from experience, which I think you lack, that you are unique in the world. We used to marvel that we thought the same thought at the same second. I've been attracted to and gotten to know what seems to be oodles of men of all types, sizes, and backgrounds. In most cases, after 5 minutes, I have no use for these people. In some cases, it takes quite a while before I write them off as no use to me. But the first moment I saw you, I liked you, spoke to you, it stayed, wrote to you, it grew, dated you, got only better and better. No one else I've ever met before or since was as right as you. I really value that and recognize that you cannot be easily or at all replaced. Trivial strokes are fun, but I can't do without the real ones. You seem to think they're interchangeable. Thought. Writing and receiving love letters was a tremendously important factor in the development of our love. I think we both enjoyed it. I know I did, and I look very much forward to resuming the practice. Now, when people date, often they meet a number of people, and after a while, they find out that they're either shallow or they don't like them or there's nothing there, and they move on. Is that correct?
Sure.
And you feel that what she's doing is saying here that she just rejects, just uses people and casts them away, rather than, you don't think this letter says that when I found something that was important to me, I formed a strong bond. You don't feel it says that. This letter represents to you her feelings that she rejects, just uses people and throws them away.
Well, I think primarily that letter shows her to be a normal person, as she is most of the time in most ways. There isn't that much wrong with her. On the other hand, even in the midst of this predominantly normal letter written to her husband, she makes what I would regard as an error in her intention to communicate how special he is and how perfect and unique their marriage is, when she conveys to him the fact that he's only one of oodles of men she's been attracted to, most of whom she's discarded as of no use. Because the inference that might be drawn from that is that she concluded he was of use to her.
So that's what you think. That's how you read that letter, that really what it is a slap in his face and telling him that.
No, I think it's meant to be an endearing, enchanting, you're my most special person letter. She happens to reveal herself a little more than might have been effective there.
The you talked about some of her needs in those personality as use of people. In other words, she would do things that are only good for her. That's how she perceives the world, is as if it's good for her, then that's how she does that.
Those aren't the only things she would do, but often her priorities reflected putting her needs, and in fact the needs reflecting these traits I've talked about, ahead of other priorities. But that isn't all there was to her. Most of the time she was behaving normally.
Well, she talked about needing a vacation in her marriage encounter, did she not?
Yes.
Where she says, I've been pestering for a long time that I need a vacation. Then what she says is, what I meant was, I need to get you away from TV and work and barlata and booze to get you back to me. This has sort of fulfilled that, but I still need to have a family time. It could happen in our home if we could just turn off everything else and just being a lovely family for 2 days or a week or 2 weeks without any worldly obligations or duties for any of us. It would be so relaxing and worthwhile, and we all need it. Maybe something you can relate to better is we need a sofa. Nothing else for our house. Everything else, and there's lots we want. We need a sofa so you and I can be physically close in the evenings and share the day's events and feelings so that we can go in bed in love. Not what we have now. By the time we go to bed, I'm full of resentment for the lack of closeness and communication during the evening. How can we make love to that? Now, when you're talking about her look for ideal love, is that what you were talking about?
You didn't read it accurately. The end of that quotation is, how can I make love to that?
Okay.
That, for the most part, is a statement of how of very good ideas for the marriage. Those are fine things that would help many marriages. But what she ends with is a dehumanizing statement about Dan. She goes too far. It sounds sweet and sensitive and very nice up to that point.
So you would read into that when she talks about how they can improve their marriage, you read into that that's the sign of her disorders.
No, I think mostly it's normal and a good idea. I think a lot of marriages could profit from that kind of vacation and from planning the furniture so that if they're going to watch TV, they sit together. Those are good ideas. It's smart. And I didn't rely on that as evidence of pathology. However, when you look at the last sentence, it is a little troublesome that even as she tries to convey such very nice and sensitive and caring ideas, in comes the hostility of how can I make love to that?
And the purpose of going to the marriage encounter was to make the marriage better, is that correct? This witness has no way of knowing that.
Sustained.
You have no, did you read Elizabeth Broderick's testimony about why they went to the marriage encounter?
Yes.
Now, when somebody is narcissistic and histrionic, you would expect that from your diagnosis of the things that you would see, you might see self-importance. Is that correct? If someone who is narcissistic, there's a lot of, one of the things you say is that there's self-importance.
People who are narcissistic often feel self-important. That's
They're concerned, for instance, about how people are going to perceive them when they're dead and gone, how people are going to look at them, how other people perceive them. In other words, what face they're putting on and how people are going to look at them.
yes, that's right.
People who are narcissistic are concerned with worldly goods a lot of times. Isn't that correct? They want to have wealth.
In 1991 in America, that's a very common way it's displayed, yes.
Okay. Well, if someone is narcissistic when they're younger, it might have to do with wealth. Only wanting a sofa is not wanting lots of material wealth, is it?
Wanting a sofa? No.
Now, you mentioned something about a threatening letter from Elizabeth Broderick and what she read into that letter. Remember that?
Yes.
That testimony? Obviously, what people read into things in relationships, a lot of times depend on what the relationship there is, what they have between them. Isn't that correct? Am I making sense to you at all?
Sometimes.
Okay. It's probably my narcissistic tendency.
I'm not making any
They're not making any sense. But that, in other words, some people have the experience that you can go see your mother for Thanksgiving and all she has to do is say 2 words and you can come off the chair because you know the whole history behind those 2 words. And everyone else looks at you and says, what a nut. He screamed and yelled at his mother and she only said 2 words. Or she only said, aren't you going to eat the potatoes? Now, sometimes when you're judging how people react to things, you're judging the history. You have to know some history behind them. Is that correct?
That can be true.
Okay. So when somebody looks at somebody who might be in a relationship where the person can say things very nicely, if it's a domineering, controlling relationship, they might respond knowing some history of what that person really feels like. I mean, what's important to them, what's not. Would you agree with that? That might bring out. Someone might read something that to you might be innocuous, to them might have lots of meanings because of the way the person has dealt with them in the past.
Yes.
Okay. So for instance, did you see photo number 69, which is Dan Broderick's house?
I'm not sure. May I see it? Yes, I've seen this.
Okay. And you don't know, did you know whether the one thing that Elizabeth wanted out of the marriage encounter, whether that was something that Dan ended up with, the couch? Objection as to what Dan ended up with.
Yeah, overruled. You answer that.
Do you know whether that's something that ended up happening? If you do or you don't, I don't know.
I'm not sure what you're asking, but I don't know if one of those couches is the one that came from the encounter request.
There was, did you read the diary entries that talked about where Betty wrote in her diaries about Dan demanding lists and Dan wanting things and her saying, I keep giving him the list and he keeps writing me these letters asking where they are. He won't talk to me.
Excuse me, I would ask her if he's going to confront the doctor with certain diary pages, you get the diary pages, show them to the doctor.
If this is cross-examination,
See if you recall them.
do you recall that?
What was the question again?
Do you recall in some diary pages where Betty was talking about the fact that she gives Dan the list that he asked for and he doesn't respond to her?
I recall talking about lists. I don't recall the particular passage.
Now, when you read the diaries were in fact 9 volumes, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And Elizabeth Broderick's writing changed dramatically from over that. When you look at the diaries and go from the beginning of the diaries to the end, there's some dramatic changes in her style of writing, is there not?
From time to time there are, yes.
Okay, and near the end of the diary, it gets to be where it's a lot bigger, her handwriting. In fact, some pages, she might only have 4 words on a page, isn't that right?
There are times it's that way.
And there are times when, do you know are you familiar with how she wrote the diaries?
I believe I know what she said about that.
Okay, and what's your understanding of what she said about that?
That at various times she has said that she began making what she considered journals at the advice of an attorney. She couldn't recall most of the times. She said that an attorney advised her to do it, which attorney it was. I understand that some of the entries were made contemporaneous with the events being described, and that others were made retrospectively. That is, some were made the very day things happened or soon thereafter. Some were made at vastly different times. Inserts were made, additions and changes were made, and the intention was not so much to be a running account of the current events, but rather to try to create a document that would contain a great deal of information so it wouldn't be lost.
And a lot of it was about, not necessarily about her day-to-day feelings, but about what was happening in the divorce, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, and did you ever look to see how many times she would have consecutive days written down? Was it a lot of the time or very little where you would be able to look at 1 month and have January 1st, January 2nd? Or was that very unusual to have that?
There weren't too many times where one had entries many days in a row.
In fact, most of the time there was very little time where you had exactly daily entries. Most of them were interspersed with going back months that were missing. Wasn't
Yes,
there?
that's right.
And the diaries ended in 1988, didn't they?
Yes.
So you weren't able to tell anything after 1988 as to how she felt about certain things, from the diary entries anyways.
Not from diaries, that's right.
Okay. Now, you talked about some of the things that she had rages about. Again, sometimes you have to put things into context to understand why someone might be angry about certain things. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is sometimes necessary.
Okay. And you alluded to the Danny tapes and some things that were happening with Ruth Roth and her feelings about that. Did you, from her diary, were you aware at the time that she was supposed to have her children over Easter that her brothers and cousins and their families came to visit and were staying at her house and she was planning a vacation with the whole family?
I know there was such a time. I don't know what year you're talking about, though.
Okay, and you know that at the last minute at that time that she was told that she was not going to have her children with her family that had come from back east to visit?
I know about an occasion where that's what she says happened to.
Okay, and you knew that that was something that, again, to look and say why a person might be angry or upset, or why they might feel a certain way about something, of course you have to put that in context, do you not?
Depends on what it is you want to know about it.
Okay. Well, obviously, when you talk about someone having some kind of rage, there are times when people have rage for no reason at all. There's other times that people are very upset because things happen that are unwarranted, let's say, or they think are unwarranted.
Yes, there are many reasons people get angry.
Okay. You went through a number of things about Elizabeth Broderick going through the fact of that she was looking
for Dan and Linda about what their lifestyle was and talked about being about envy. And this shows how bad she was in, or at least how strong her disorder was.
Objection, I don't misread the testimony.
Your Honor, I thought we had an agreement.
Mr. Burke, I was supposed to do the objection.
If the doctor understands, I don't have any objection to the answer.
Go ahead.
Do you understand it, or is this another one of mine?
Next time I may, go ahead.
When you were talking about some of the examples for the symptoms of her disorder, you were talking about her fixation, it appeared to be, and maybe I'm using the wrong term, on how Dan and Linda were living, finding out about them. Remember that?
Yes.
Now, did you take into account at all that at the divorce proceedings at some point in time, she was told that the comparative lifestyles were going to make a difference on how much money she got? In other words, if she could live on $500 a month, that's what she would get. If she could live on $2,000 a month, that's what she get.
I knew that.
So you knew that that was an issue, is that right?
I knew that she had said that Mr. Hargreaves told her that that was an issue.
Now, you also, the way people react to situations, the situation itself can exasperate their personality, can it not?
The situation they're in?
Yes.
You bet.
By the way, you said that you talked to Dr. Goldsman and you read his testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, and I also read his notes.
Do you remember reading in his testimony where he said it was totally improper to read DSM-3 as part of the legal proceeding?
I remember what he said about it. It came from the caveat at the front of the book, and it doesn't say that. What he said was that there is a caveat at the beginning, which I think both he and I helped draft, as a matter of fact, indicating that the reliance for legal purposes is one of the areas about which there's controversy. But he didn't say that reading it was improper.
When you do interviews with people, do you, sometimes you do as part of your exam, sometimes you interview people and sometimes you don't, is that correct?
When I do
As far as
evaluations-
forensic testimony, sometimes you interview the people, sometimes you don't.
That's correct.
And I take it from what you said in this case, you felt that since you had some diagnostics, some other people had interviewed Elizabeth Broderick, and there's a lot of material, you felt confident in being able to give your testimony.
I felt it was possible to reach these kind of conclusions on the basis of the evidence available.
Okay, now, when you interview somebody, do you normally go through the events, including what got them into court?
If that's what I'm asked to evaluate, that's not what I was asked to address here.
Well, what criminal cases have you been involved in where you've interviewed the defendant and have not gone through the crime?
Probably 1,000 cases where I interviewed the defendant on an issue of competence to stand trial and was specifically asked not to evaluate him at the time of the crime.
Well, when you're talking about, those are issues of competence to stand trial, how many times have you not talked to them about the crime when your testimony is not about competence, but about the issues surrounding the crime itself?
We have a sidebar.
No, it's all right. You can ask that.
How many times have I not talked to them about the crime?
When your
When the
testimony is
issue-
yes, maybe if I withdraw the question. Do you normally interview them about the crime when your testimony is such as you have here, when you're talking about these issues that we have here?
Such as here, this is not something I ordinarily do. My most common role for the last 10 years in criminal trials is talking about mental state at the time of a crime. And of course, wherever possible, I will interview defendants about the time of the crime and their mental state. There's some circumstances where that can't be done, but that isn't my role here.
So that's your understanding of the law, that your job as a forensic psychiatrist
is to testify about someone's mental state at the time of the crime?
No, that's my understanding of one of the most frequently asked questions brought to me in the cases I accept.
Or are you aware in California that you cannot do that?
That's not true. Where there's a defense of insanity, one can do that.
Well, when there's no defense of insanity. Have you testified before where there's no defense of insanity?
Yes.
Okay, and are you aware that you cannot testify about the elements around the crime? Mental
Exactly.
states
That's why I
around-
haven't, and
Okay.
why this isn't an example of what I usually do.
So in those, well, for instance, in the Bardo case, you testified in the Bardo case, didn't you?
Yes.
And the Bardo case didn't involve insanity, did it?
No.
And you interviewed him about the crime itself, did you not?
Yes.
Now, did you talk to Dr. Goldspan about his interview with Elizabeth Broderick about the crime itself?
I believe Dr. Goldspan found himself in a similar position in some respects.
Well, Dr. Goldspan talked to Elizabeth Broderick, didn't he?
Yes.
And are you aware of any restrictions on what he could talk to her about? Were you aware that he was under any restrictions? Did he tell you he was under any restrictions about what he could talk to her about?
He did not tell me of restrictions. I have an assumption about what the defense was at the time and what he would therefore be free to do, but I don't in fact know.
So you've made some assumptions that there was things he was restricted from talking to Elizabeth Broderick about?
I assumed that Dr. Goldspan evaluated her about those things he'd been asked to do. And what he's asked to do is a function of what his client asks him, which is a function of what defense you've entered.
Were you aware of any restrictions, or did he tell you of any restrictions he had about interviewing Elizabeth Broderick about anything? Just ask and ask. Oh,
I already said no.
When you went through, again, through narcissism, one of the things that you talked about was the rage and about Elizabeth Broderick throwing things. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when somebody throws something in a marriage, when someone gets upset, does that mean they're narcissistic?
No, it could be an ordinary temper tantrum.
Okay.
It could be something more vicious than that.
Now, did you read Elizabeth Broderick's testimony in regards to the fact that, as to what she said about that incident?
I've read at least one account she gave that I can recall, yes.
Okay. And she talked about her son just being born, about still having staples in from an operation, about it being, Dan being out with a friend of his, drinking and having the kids with him on a rainy night. And that she was mad about that. Did you read that account?
Yes, that's not the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of the ketchup bottle throwing was just a joke account.
But did you read her account as to the, did you read the account that she had as to the, about being mad about him coming home late?
Yes.
Okay. And you found that to be a sign of her narcissism?
I didn't refer specifically to that incident. I had in mind the descriptions of her throwing ketchup bottles in the stereo.
Oh,
But that might be another example, depending on what she had in mind at the time.
what was the stereo incident about? I thought the stereo was about when she went out to a pizza parlor with Monahan and Dan Broderick. And children came home. What's your understanding that's a different incident?
I thought that was different from the Staples incident.
You would expect then that what you see here as far as narcissism and histrionic, the personality disorder, this is something that is, as you testified early onset, is that correct? In other words, before in puberty you would expect, or at least in adolescence, you would expect that a person who has a disorder, they have it by then?
A person who has any of the personality disorders, our current understanding is, has developed that disorder by the time they've become adults. And most of us think that for most of the personality disorders, the onset is even before puberty.
Now, there are times that can personality disorders be manifested from what is not a disorder because of stress or other outward stressors?
Well, there are different ways of phrasing this or conceptualizing it, but what certainly is so is that events that occur may alter the course of an individual's behavior. All behavior is in response to the world.
Well, can you find someone who you would not characterize as having a personality disorder or one of these disorders and have them go through something very stressful in their life and come out after that with the symptoms of a personality disorder?
Who didn't have a disorder in the first place?
Yes.
No.
Is there any kind of diseases, mental diseases that you can get from outside stressors?
There aren't any mental diseases, but there are mental conditions.
Okay. Or what kind of mental conditions can you have?
Normal bereavement, getting sad for up to 6 months when someone dies. An adjustment disorder can occur when something goes wrong in life and someone gets upset for a time. Say someone's kicked out of college for using drugs, they can have an adjustment disorder and be depressed and angry and get in even more trouble for a period of time. Or if an individual gets beaten up and terribly bruised, they may have an adjustment disorder. Some traumas with particular features that are life-threatening, or where an entire community is wiped out, or where one sees a loved one who undergoes a mutilating death, can produce what's called a post-traumatic stress disorder. It can only occur with particular kinds of stressors, and there's specific symptoms and signs for that. In addition to those, there are a host of responses listed in DSM-3R that people can have to their environments that include such things as adult antisocial behavior. Sometimes people who seem to have a normal life suddenly embezzle large sums of money or murder someone or do other things unlike their past. That's a response to events that happened to them. So there are lots of different behaviors, some of them for which we have psychiatric names that are responses to the environment. None of them is a disease, however.
When they have you seen the studies on people who are the victims of abuse? When they are tested, they come out with showing disorders.
I'm familiar with many studies of different kinds of victims of abuse, some of which show that a proportion of people who are subjected to particular kinds of abuse, such as physical torture by renegade fascist police squads in South America, will have a proportion of cases of post-traumatic stress disorder. Some show brain damage, some show enormous physical injury, some have enough brain damage to cause them to be demented. If you look at battered women studies, a proportion of battered women will have a post-traumatic stress disorder. If you look at battered kids for various kinds of abuse, we have data on how often it sometimes causes different disorders.
Well, they also find from battered women that the people will test out as having personality disorders unrelated to prior history. Or you disagree with that?
What are you referring to?
Yeah, have you read any studies that indicate that when people come out of abusive relationships that they can test as having disorders?
I don't know what you're referring to.
So you're not familiar with any studies?
I'm not familiar with any research that's ever shown that someone who did not have disorders before had credible evidence of disorders later, other than the kinds of things I was referring to.
And how about people that come out from hostage taking? Do any of those people ever show signs of disorders?
Objection, that's irrelevant.
Well, it's the same.
Doctor, you indicated that people have to have a disorder in very early life, or there's no way that they would be diagnosed afterwards. Is that true under every circumstance?
That's true for personality disorders, which is what I said. There are other kinds of disorders that can be acquired, such as adjustment reactions, bereavement, criminality. These are things that one can first do in adulthood.
Did they show signs of schizophrenia or psychosis?
That's who.
People who come out of, for instance, concentration camps, or come out of hostage taking, or come out of sometimes abusive relationships.
Objection, Stan.
Will you find that sometimes the person's personality can be, certain facets of it can be highlighted or distorted because of things that happen to them?
Events can cause people to magnify their display of their pre-existing personalities.
Now, there were, you gave an indication of the difference between a clinician and somebody who's seeing someone forensically, that there's a different reason that you see them, things you talk to them about.
That's right. The purposes of clinical and forensic work differ.
Okay. Now, a clinical, persons who are working clinical, they still do diagnosis, and those are still important, is it not?
Yes, though even that has another purpose.
Okay. But it's not that, are you saying that if somebody was to do a diagnosis on axis 1 and 2 and 3, that a forensic psychiatrist will come out with a different diagnosis than a clinical psychiatrist?
Well, they may, but theoretically it should be the same. Since the purposes differ, the rules of evidence differ.
Okay. Well, there was a doctor, a psychiatrist that saw Elizabeth Broderick in a hospital setting over a 3-day period of time in 1986. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he diagnosed her as having a bipolar disorder, did he not?
Not originally. Originally, he said she had an adjustment disorder. And then after he saw a computerized test printout, he changed his diagnosis, and one of them was bipolar that he gave. But it was clear that was based on the test results.
Well, wasn't there the first one an admitting diagnosis, and then wasn't there a diagnosis at the time when she left the hospital, a final diagnosis?
Right, but from the context, it's clear the first one was based on what he saw and knew and thought about her. And the second one reflected the influence of this computerized test result.
Okay, so you're saying that the doctor wrote a diagnosis, he came up with that she had what was his diagnosis on axis 1?
Okay, this was Dr. Levinson.
Yes.
And originally what he wrote was Axis 1, Adjustment Disorder of Adult Life.
That was when she was first admitted to the hospital.
This is the day after she was admitted for bashing in Dan's door.
Okay, but you know whether she was admitted to that hospital the first day or whether she was transferred there?
I believe she was transferred to that hospital.
And was there a final diagnosis done?
After the test results came back, and despite the letter from Dr. Nydorf saying not to rely on this test, the diagnosis was changed, and the final diagnosis was bipolar affective disorder.
Well, he didn't. He just said not to rely on that test alone, didn't he?
Well, what he said was, Gary, since there was no history available for Ms. Broderick, it was impossible to answer referral questions on the basis of this one test. It may be unreliable.
And so what you're saying is this doctor did something that you feel is totally unreliable. In other words, he made a diagnosis with an error.
No, it makes no difference. For clinical purposes, the purpose of diagnosis is to treat the patient so as to help relieve their suffering. And secondarily, there's the purpose of statistics in the hospital, record keeping, reports to insurance companies. But what really matters in the eyes of physicians everywhere is treating the patient. When you're seeing someone clinically, you want to help them. And the treatment plan is what makes the most difference. Does he get to the right treatment plan?
Well,
Forensically, it's another matter. The truth is what matters. What's the process? What has occurred? What's the evidence for it? He's not held to those standards when he's doing this, especially when the patient's leaving the hospital and refusing treatment.
so you're saying it's not important if you go to a hospital that someone diagnose you correctly so that they're treating you for depression? That doesn't matter?
It's precisely why it does matter that you be properly diagnosed to be treated. But the rules of evidence don't matter. Getting the right treatment matters. She
So,
was leaving. She refused treatment.
so it's important for them to do a proper diagnosis to know what kind of treatment to give.
If they're going to treat,
And obviously, when you come to a forensic psychiatrist, the forensic psychiatrist comes in to advocate a position, is that correct?
I should hope not. No, the forensic psychiatrist comes in to answer a question. And the goal, and we don't always achieve it, but the goal we strive for, and what I've always tried to train my trainees to strive for, is to be as objective as one can and look at the evidence, see where the evidence leads one.
So the position of, well, you indicated that you testified in the Hinckley case.
Yes.
And in the Hinckley case, you worked on that for a year,
Right.
and you testified in that.
Yes.
And the jury received all your information, your testimony.
They received some of it.
And you feel that there was a lack of truth in that proceeding?
I don't think he said that here. I don't know how relevant social is.
Sustained.
Well, in that case, your position was that the man didn't have a major mental illness, and that was rejected by the jury, isn't that correct?
It's actually not what happened.
Well, sustained. What happened there is not relevant to this case.
Now, Dr. Jacobson saw the Elizabeth Broderick, did he not?
Yes, he did.
Did he make any findings of any depressive disorder?
He didn't diagnose her as having a major depressive disorder.
Well, did he make any diagnosis with depressive disorder?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at that document. I don't have it with me.
Well, when you were looking to see if she had a depressive disorder, would it be important to see what other mental health experts had to say about that?
I did. I just don't recall what everyone had to say.
Was there anyone in the jail did you look at the jail notes?
Oh, excuse me. I do recall what Dr. Jacobson told your investigator. I just remembered the typo. Your investigator wrote that it was a psychothymic disorder. I believe that's a typo for cyclothymic. And then your investigator went on to characterize that as being states of psychosis and bipolar. And of course, that's not true.
Okay.
It's not what it is. But apparently, something was said about her moodiness that got put down in this way.
So the investigator it's your feeling that the investigator was not accurately reflecting that disorder?
Well, I don't think the report accurately reflects Dr. Jacobson's findings, but apparently something was said about her moodiness and must have been said about her having times she was down and times she was up.
Well, when you read the trial transcripts from the divorce trial, there was testimony in regards to Dr. Nelson about talking to Dr. Jacobson and him coming with that diagnosis. Is that correct?
Who coming with what?
That Dr. Jacobson coming with the diagnosis.
Of cyclothymic?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
And there was a prescription there was a prescription that she received at that time, Xanax, is that correct?
I think that is right.
And what is the annex used for?
treating anxiety.
And and is that something that is associated with depressive disorder sometimes? Anxiety?
Well, most of the people who have anxiety disorders don't have depressive illness. The vast majority of people given Xanax for anxiety don't have anything wrong with them. It's the most commonly prescribed class of drugs in America, with many millions of people on it. But it's true that people who are depressed often get anxious too.
And how about Xanax? I mean, and how about Prozac?
Prozac's a fine drug.
Is it what?
Is a fine drug
For what?
treating depression.
Okay. Now, do you know what she was prescribed in the jail?
Objection goes to the period post-murders.
Sustained. After the, she wasn't in jail after the homicides. That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yes.
Objecting.
Sustained.
Well, doctor, you testified that you would not classify her as suffering from depression.
At what time?
Your objection is vague.
Yes.
Sustained.
The Dr. DeFrancesca's diagnosis was, her diagnosis is the time that she saw Elizabeth Broderick. Is that correct? Didn't she say that she saw Elizabeth Broderick and her diagnosis would be suffering from major depression?
I don't know. I'd be surprised if it was admitted or post. Perhaps that's what she was testifying to, what was wrong with her after the homicides. But I thought she was testifying about before.
It's a good time to take the afternoon recess, Mr. Early. Take our afternoon recess this time, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. See you tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Have a nice evening.
Doctor, when you do and get involved in a court case and evaluation, does can the person who is doing it, their ideology affect how they see the case?
Therapeutic ideology, psychiatric ideology can affect how one assesses a case, and that's one of the sources of bias that experts need to try to guard against.
Now, at the time that you first got involved in
Therapeutic ideology, psychiatric ideology can affect how one assesses a case, and that's one of the sources of bias that more about the things surrounding the case.
Okay. And then after you got involved in the case, did you have conversations with Dr. Goldsman?
After I was involved, there came a time when I had completed my assessment, had developed my own opinions, when I consulted with him to determine exactly what he had found that wasn't reflected in the testimony or his notes, to confirm that that was still his opinion and to explore some other issues.
But you had read his testimony and his notes before you spoke to him again, and
Yes.
used that in forming your opinion. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And during the time that when you said that there's a difference between a clinician and a forensic psychiatrist, obviously in a clinical setting, you clinicians who are treating somebody have a duty to tell the person if in fact they're going to get involved, let's say, in prosecuting them at some point. Isn't that true?
clinician treating a patient?
Yes.
Clinician treating a patient should not become involved in prosecuting them except in very unusual circumstances.
And did you consult with any other doctors about this case? In other words, was there anyone else who consulted about the testimony or theories of the case?
Dr. Lippian,
Okay. But anyone that was familiar with the case, anyone from, for instance, County Mental Health?
no. I read their records, notes, and testimony.
Okay. Now, and I take it that after you read the testimony and after you talked to Dr. Goldsman, you had a number of conversations with the prosecution, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Now, in your writings, you've talked about the fact that when someone has an opinion, that there is a danger they might become vested in that opinion, is that correct?
I'm not sure if I've written that, but I think that's true.
And you've also been involved in compiling material on how a psychiatrist should testify, what kind of clothes he should wear, what kind of demeanor, what kind of things he should do. Isn't that correct?
You'll have to refresh my recollection. I don't recall that. I've certainly read many things where people have recommended that.
You indicated that you had edited some books or been in the process of compiling some books. Are you familiar with the mental health professional and the legal system?
Yes,
Okay, and when you edit a book, you go through, you obviously know what's in the book, and what goes in there are things that you agree with or you think are accurate, is that correct?
I didn't edit that book.
Okay, were you involved in that book at all?
I was on a committee that prepared it. I wrote one chapter for it and then wasn't involved with the rest of the publication.
So that's the only involvement you had with that, is that correct?
I was on the committee that drafted it. I went to a number of the meetings where this is an organization called the Group for the Advancement of Psychiatry. About 150 psychiatrists from the whole United States are invited to join. They belong to committees. And what the committees do is to write books that are then published by the name of the Group for the Advancement of Psychiatry. We're not individual authors, but the committee authors it. And we pay dues to spend 2 weekends a year sitting in a hotel in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, writing books and discussing the drafts. We discussed the drafts for that particular book meeting after meeting for several years before I became a corresponding member, and I wasn't even there for the last 3 or 4, perhaps more meetings where the draft was finalized.
Yesterday, I asked you about the use of DSM-3 in court. Is it your position that there is it should not be used for medical legal purposes?
That depends on the type of use.
Okay.
I think that it's the best tool we have for most purposes that involve rendering a diagnosis.
Well, when you read Dr. Goldsman's testimony, there was remember me asking a question about borderline personality disorder?
I'm sure you did, but I don't recall it. Could I see what you're referring to?
Page 1945. Yeah, just in here. Okay. If you could just start on page 1944, read this question and answer on page 1945 to yourself.
Yes, I've read it.
Do you agree with that position?
Well, that's not what DSM-3R says.
Well,
DSM-3 said something rather more like that, but the revised version doesn't.
okay, so you don't agree with Dr. Goldsman's position then?
I think he was attempting to say what the book said, and that's not an accurate statement of what this book says. If you look on page 29, Roman numeral lowercase, the cautionary statement says something very different from that.
Okay, so even though he refers to DSM-3R and says it should not be used for medical legal purposes, that was a mistake.
It's not a mistake. It's an abbreviated version of what it actually says, which is that it shouldn't be relied on by untrained people, and that the conditions described in this volume are not necessarily the same as what the law considers relevant. It points out that just because someone has a diagnosis from this doesn't mean that they have what the law regards as a mental disease or a mental defect or as disabling.
When I brought the book out, he said it's necessary for me to point out to you in the forward, there's a caveat about using this for medical legal purposes. It is not meant for that, nor should it be used for that. But I'll be happy to answer your question. Is it to be used for medical legal purposes?
Not by lawyers, but it is by people trained in its use.
Okay. The do you agree with the position that that by definition, narcissists have to see themselves as nearly near perfect?
I don't see that's a definition, but it's a description that many people might apply to one of the criteria that some narcissists have.
Well, then you disagree with Dr. Goldsman says that that's a definite by definition. You do not agree with his statement. By definition, narcissists have to see themselves as pretty near perfect.
And I would ask that it be done transcript.
Can you show them that? For the record, what page, what line?
1911, Your Honor, and it's line, it's the Goldsman's answer on lines 14 to 15.
Well, he's responding to a question of whether, for example, narcissists can accept frailties or problems. And I think the thrust of his answer is true, that narcissists will exaggerate their view of their own perfection.
But you don't agree that that's by definition?
Well, I gave the DSM-3R definition in my testimony yesterday, and that's the one I would use.
So you disagree with his definition?
Your Honor, I don't think he's defining anything in this testimony. You talk about what Dr. Goldsman said, what his position is to do that.
Sustain.
The Milan, when you give somebody a test, can the results of the test be exaggerated or by the circumstances surrounding the taking of the test?
By that and many other factors, yes.
Okay. Well, can it be relevant to the particular situation, or is it just show things over the long term?
I don't know what you're asking.
Does the is the Milan test relevant to the immediate situation?
I don't hold myself out as an expert on the Milan. I can tell you my understanding of it.
Okay. Well, if you could answer my question, is it relevant to the immediate situation?
It depends on what situation we're talking about.
And that's what I'm asking. Are there situations where that it can affect the Milan, so it can be relevant to the immediate situation?
Jump today, ask me.
Overall, the understand that you can answer, Doctor.
I don't understand it.
The Milan test shows how a person is functioning at a given time. Is that correct? Can show that?
Well, mostly what it shows is long-term patterns, but it can also show something about current functioning, is my understanding.
Would you disagree with Dr. Goldsman's statement that it is not relevant to the immediate situation?
You get an objection unless he's going to show what. He's reading from the transcript. He has no point.
Just let him see it and see the question and answer and then ask.
And I'm referring to page 1913, answer 14 through 20.
I think what he says there is accurate, that the design of the test was to look at long-term functioning rather than to primarily tell one about someone's current functioning. I think it's also the case that there are things about the current situation that can influence the results and make the results of the test misleading.
You indicated yesterday that it was that the doctor who saw Mrs. Broderick in the hospital in 1986, it appeared to you that he changed his opinion based on the test alone. In other words, he had an opinion, then he read the test and he changed his opinion. Remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, actually, the test showed a number of tendencies, did it not? Showed a number of possible results.
The test had many different results, some of which were plausible, some of which weren't.
Okay. And do you remember, did you review Dr. Goldsman's testimony where he went through the results of the Milan test when he was on the stand? He was read the results of the Milan test. Remember that testimony?
I recall he was read portions of it.
Yes, and you remember Dr. Goldsman responding that he was surprised because the test was so right on point as far as how he saw Elizabeth Broderick?
Again, the counsel is quoting something from the transcript. Is that
Go ahead and show it to him if you've got something there.
If you can read on page 1916, 12 through 16, the answer.
Yes, I see.
Do you agree with the position that the test was extraordinarily accurate? Where he says he was overwhelmed that when he read it, kept hitting on everything he felt about this lady, the previous materials that he'd gone through?
I think there are portions of it that would lead one to feel that because it seemed to be so on point, but there are other portions of it that I don't think are that accurate and that really don't correspond to Mrs. Broderick's history.
So your position is that the test wasn't extraordinarily accurate, it was only accurate in some parts?
And the test, first of all, I don't know everything about this test, how it was designed, what the norms are. As I said, I'm not an expert on this test. But in reading the results of the test, I think there are passages in it that anyone who knows Mrs. Broderick's history would say, this is uncannily true. And there are other parts where one has to wonder how the computer came to that conclusion because it doesn't fit the facts.
Okay. So you wouldn't agree that it just kept hitting everything that I felt about this lady?
Only portions.
Does the, and part of her personality, the narcissistic part, is she responds with rage, is that correct? When she's rejected, she'll respond with rage.
That's right.
So if we look at any time through when there's some major rejection, we would expect that there's going to be rage with that, is that correct?
You should expect that if there are times when there's a rejection for something to which she felt entitled and that she thinks is unjustified, or that gets to the heart of who she wishes to be, that she should have either rage or shame or humiliation. That's what DSM-3R speaks to, and I think that's correct. It doesn't have to be rage. She could also feel ashamed and withdraw from the situation. And in part, she chooses whether her reaction is to be ashamed and humiliated or whether it's to become enraged.
Now, you indicated that some of the examples of that were, for instance, her reaction to the affair, is that correct?
I think that provides many of the most dramatic examples, yes.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that if somebody is having an affair on their wife and lying to them, telling them that they're crazy, telling them that they're nuts, blaming it on them, that they might be a little bit mad? Or do you think that that's a narcissistic reaction?
I think if a perfectly normal person has those things happen, they have every right to be angry.
And they might react with rage, is that correct?
You bet.
And I take it that somebody who goes through after finds out that their husband has been sending, not only lying about an affair, but sending the person that had the affair to their gynecologist, their dentist, while they were married, that person might get a little upset and react with a little bit of rage when she finds out that even her most personal life, while she's still living with the person, has been invaded. Would that not make a person rageful?
Objection argument, and since that's not evidence.
Sustained.
Well, you read her diaries, didn't you?
Yes.
And at times she talks about her finding out about things about Linda that she didn't know about until after their separation. Isn't that correct?
Objection made as to what.
I'll overrule, you can answer that.
Did you find passages in her diary that talked about Linda going to her dentist, her doctors?
That's what she wrote in her diary, yes.
Okay. And there was times that she would talk about rage and being very mad about that. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that narcissism by itself?
there's no way to tell. If one only knows that, one doesn't know if that's normal anger or if it's magnified by narcissism.
Now, we were talking about someone you also talked about envy and her being obsessed with things that Dan had. And that was some evidence of her disorders.
It's the preoccupation with feelings of envy that is evidence for a disorder. Being envious in itself doesn't indicate that one's disordered.
Now, sometimes people do, from their circumstances, get preoccupied with things that are going on that are very stressful in their life, do they not? I mean, that's a normal reaction sometimes to stimuli that happens to us.
To a point. But there can come a time that it's excessive. And if preoccupation with something stressful becomes excessive, if it begins to consume one with anger and hostility, that's going beyond what we regard as a normal response.
Well, when somebody has something that continues to go on in their life, doesn't come to an end, you would expect that they have a reaction to that. Is that correct? I mean, there's going to be some reaction.
Well, you have to look at why it's not coming to an end. Is it not coming to an end because they repeatedly fail to resolve it?
But is that, okay. But people do get caught up in things that are going on around them. Would you agree or disagree? If you don't,
Sure.
If you disagree with that, then just tell me. I disagree with that.
That people get caught up in what's going on?
Yes. Okay. And that people do get obsessed with the things. For instance, it wouldn't be unusual for someone, a trial lawyer, for instance, if they're in a long trial, that sometimes their friends or family might just say, why don't you go away for a month? Because no matter what we talk about, you bring it back to the thing that you're working on 20 hours a day and you're like a broken record. To other people, that happens.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And people, I take that when you look at people's personality or how they respond, you have to also look at the stressors around that. What kind of stressors there are affecting their reactions.
Depends on what one wants to know. If one wants to explain why someone's enraged, then one has to look at that. If one just wants to know whether this is rage or depression, one may not need to look at that.
Yeah. When you look at the factors, when, for instance, you give an example of someone being enraged about something, you have to look not only on what's their pervasive pattern, but you should look and see what might be going on at that particular time. Would you agree with that?
That's useful, yes.
Okay. And do you, is it your testimony that based on her disorders, is that she really wouldn't understand, or she has an inability to understand that people would react to her behavior?
She doesn't have any inability to understand that. She lacks the warmth of understanding of how other people feel. And so she will sometimes behave in ways that are destructive to other people, that if she were able to see what they would feel about it, might cause her to shift her priorities. But that's it, that she lacks empathy.
Now, you don't disagree with the fact that that Mrs. Broderick was depressed at times, do you?
Other times she was sad.
Okay. When we people, one of the things that you see with people that are depressed are an uninterest in some of the things that normally they would have an interest in.
Well, you can see that with people who aren't depressed too. In depression, there's a particular phenomenon that sometimes occur in which things that had been highly valued activities in the past, such as a favorite hobby that was one of the more pleasurable experiences in life, is no longer of interest. The person doesn't do this thing that they always really loved to do before. And when there are a lot of examples of that persist for a long enough period every day, then that can be one of the signs of depression that we use in making the diagnosis.
Well, people who are depressed sometimes just won't do things that have become everyday routines, not just things they love, but there's just some things that they'll ignore and not do. It might be work, it might be their shopping. Isn't that correct?
Yes, they can be incapacitated, non-functional because of depression, and if that persists long enough, and if the other features are present, it could be part of a depressive condition.
Now, when you read Elizabeth Broderick's diaries, most of the time, for a long time, she was relating not so much her personal day-to-day feelings, but her feelings as they related to the divorce procedure or things that were happening around the divorce.
The diaries were mostly complaints about Dan, Linda, the divorce, and so on.
Now, in the diary, there's times that she's describing how she feels in relationship to the divorce, is there not?
There are times she does, yes.
There's descriptions of times where she just lays in bed and cries all night and the bed is shaking like an earthquake.
There's one time that she uses that colorful language, yes.
And there are times when there's a lot going on surrounding the divorce where she doesn't even write in the diary. For instance, there's nothing from January of '86, picks up not until July of '86, isn't that correct?
I don't recall which dates there are gaps, but there are varied gaps, including times when there are varied gaps.
The and depression can be caused by meaningful losses, is that correct?
Well, meaningful losses can cause people to mourn the loss and to become sad. Also, losses can trigger depression in people who have the biological propensity to become depressed.
Can depression be defined as a loss, a meaningful loss to an individual?
That's one way of looking at it.
The
However, that's not what depression is. In other words, there are different meanings of the word depression. In common parlance, all it means is sadness. You say that someone's depressed when they feel sad and know that they feel sad. In psychiatry, that's not all we mean by it. And we recognize many different forms of depression that have their own causes, their own treatments, their own natural histories.
Okay, so when I ask you the question, depression is defined as a loss, a meaningful loss to an individual, that's a simplified version, not a psychiatric definition.
Well, that's a statement of what is classically in psychiatry thought to be what's called the underlying dynamic of depression. That is, since the turn of the century, in fact, even earlier, since Sir Richard Burton, no relation to the actor, centuries ago, wrote about melancholy. The idea was that the central ingredient in depression was the loss of something. It could be the loss of someone one cared about. It could be the loss of standing, the loss of reputation, losing money in the stock market. Any of these things can cause someone to feel sadness. But that's not the same as the psychiatric diagnosis of depression.
And would not anger and depression, are they not related? Really two sides of the same coin?
They may be.
Okay. And does not, in this case with Mrs. Broderick, you found that she had a lot of rage. I take it that rage at some point in time is going to be vented. She has to vent that rage somehow.
She vented it all the time.
Yeah. Well, that's not unusual, people who have a lot of rage, anger to vent it, is it?
Some people let it build up, but she was always letting off steam.
And sometimes depression has been defined as turning the rage inward, has it not? I mean, people sometime when they are rageful, they turn it inwards because they see themselves to blame for not being able to fix the situation.
This was a popular theory in the 1960s that led to a great deal of research. The theory was that depression might really be anger directed inward toward the self. And there's a lot of appeal to that theory. Most of the efforts to study this with research don't support that as the most useful way to think about this. But there certainly are times that that individuals who are angry at the world will turn their anger towards themselves. There are times individuals who are angry at themselves will turn it against others. But most people who are angry are that way for other reasons, not because they're depressed. And most people who are depressed aren't filled with rage or anger. So whatever relationship there is between the two, it isn't always there.
But it can be there.
There are times both are present.
And when Dr. Goldsman said that some people get very depressed by virtue of the rage, which they turn inward against themselves, you don't disagree with that?
Same objection, Your Honor, there's no ones.
Just, can you answer the question without looking at it? Do you want to look at the answer, Doc?
I don't disagree that there are examples of that in the world.
The does self-esteem have anything to do with depression?
Self-esteem has something to do with all of human behavior, including depression.
Okay. So the answer to that is yes, it does have something to do with depression.
Sure.
Okay. And how does self-esteem and depression, how are they interrelated?
Well, like many other aspects of behavior, if someone's depressed, their self-esteem can decrease. So that depression can cause a change in self-esteem. On the other hand, right by the same token, people who lose self-esteem may become depressed over that loss. So they interact. Depression can change self-esteem, and self-esteem can change depression.
Do people who have depression and have loss of self-esteem, do they ever look back on their life as to try to give themselves some self-esteem, what they had at the time before maybe their loss or the problems they've had?
Yes, that happens.
The when you now there was some other examples that you gave out of the marriage encounter that were dealt with her narcissism at the time that we didn't go through yesterday. One of them was the question about, or your answer about the thing that I love most about you is what you love most about me. Okay. Remember that?
I
Or the
remember
thing
what
you
referred
love
to,
me.
but that's not what it was.
It was,
What I love most about you,
is how much you loved me.
right?
Okay.
And showed it.
Now, at that point in time, in the marriage encounter, there was a letter that she was writing to Dan, Dear Dan. The only reason I can have,
Excuse me, Counselor, Your Honor, unless he's going to
use a particular passage to rebut a particular passage that Dr. Dietz testifies about, object to a lengthy reading of a particular marriage encounter portion of the booklet.
Your Honor, under 356, I have the right to go into.
You can go into it. Does he get a copy of the booklet here?
But, Your Honor, it's not the same passage. Why is it relevant?
356,
He can go into it. Does he
yeah.
have-
I'm assuming he has a copy. Do you have a copy of the marriage encounter?
In my materials on the table.
I can get you a copy here.
Your Honor, excuse me, may we approach sidebar for just a moment?
Sure. The, answer that you gave to show her narcissistic tendencies, that was a series of questions that were asked of her. There, at least it was one page after another with one question and then her answer, and another page and a question and an answer.
Objection, he has to let the witness know what he's referring to.
Well, you
Well,
said that
he was going to give him a copy of the marriage encounter book, so we'd have it. I think we had it there just a second ago. Why don't you just if you can just show him the page, Mr. Early, make it easier.
remember that page?
I remember this page.
And before that, there is another page with some questions. Is that correct? With the question.
There's a question and answer on the preceding page.
Okay. And the questions are related into, they're related type questions. Is that correct?
Well, they're two different questions.
Well, they're about her dealings, why she loves him, why she wants to live with him. Why she loves him and why she was attracted to him and why she wants to stay with him. Those are the two questions, aren't they?
Yes.
And the first question is a page long, is that correct? The first answer?
Yes.
And there was nothing in there that you found to be evidence of narcissism?
I have to read it because I only testified to a few of the many, many examples of each feature.
Well, is it your testimony that by reading the whole book, that is a good indication of her personality disorder? And it's pervasive throughout the book?
Mistakes his testimony.
I'm asking you.
Oh, answer that.
No, that's not my position. I think if even a trained clinician were to read this whole book in isolation, I thought I testified to this yesterday, that one would not be able to conclude that she has a personality disorder, though one might spot those few clues to it that are in it, some of which I testified to in my direct testimony. In the same way that a clinician meeting her at a cocktail party might spot a few clues, but wouldn't be able to say the evidence is there because it wouldn't be there. As long as narcissists are getting what they want, they don't display themselves. As long as she has her way, things go fine. It's only when she can't have what she wants that all of this emerges.
So it's not true that narcissists has a personality disorder, that it interferes with their life. In other words, someone can have a narcissistic disorder and gonna show on every facet of being a great person because all their needs are being met.
individuals who have a narcissistic or a histrionic personality disorder can function very well as long as they get what they want. It's only if you cross them that you better watch out, because that's when they show their other colors.
And it was always apparent that, Elizabeth Broderick was always the center of attention, getting exactly what she wanted.
I don't think that was always apparent, but I think that it was clear most of the time that she was on the trajectory that would get her where she wanted to go.
Did she talk about, in her marriage encounter, she talked about what she wasn't getting and rejection as close feelings from him and closeness, wasn't she?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and narcissists react with rage when they're being rejected. Right.
Or shame or humiliation.
Was there anything, if you could read that passage, is that that page where you can pull something out to show that is that a page that indicates her personality disorder?
Well, no page in anything ever indicates a personality disorder. It either does or does not provide evidence of one, but it wouldn't in itself.
Does that provide evidence of her personality disorder?
I think there are some rather subtle clues, yes.
I would ask to read it, Your Honor.
Have him read the subtle clues and then you can put in context.
I assume he's gonna read it to himself.
He's already done that.
If you could read it to yourself and tell me where those subtle clues are.
Well, the two things that I think are subtle clues are, first, there's the statement in which she says that she's wasting her time in being with Dan if it's not going to be the perfect love she would like, because she could be nurturing a relationship with someone who loves her as much as she wants to be loved. Now, that's not an abnormal statement, and in and of itself, it doesn't tell us much, but it is not always the most effective way to nurture romance, namely to threaten. If you won't give me what I want, I'll go get it from someone else. It's an expression of her need for more love than whatever amount he was in fact giving her.
And that shows she's narcissistic because she
No,
needed.
As I said, it doesn't show that. I'm talking about subtle clues you asked. I'm
Okay.
telling you. Most of the evidence of her narcissism comes only later when she's not getting her way in a grand scale. But here, she still hoped to get her way. It still looked like she was going to be able to do it. And the other clue comes from something perhaps even more subtle than that, which is there is a soap opera, Gothic novel-like quality to what it is she longs for here. Now, it's not that it's abnormal to long for what the soap operas suggest is the ideal of romance. And it's not that it's abnormal to long for what Gothic novels suggest is the ideal of romance. But in Mrs. Broderick's situation, at her educational level, with her otherwise expressed goals and values, she seems to be aspiring to something of a more romanticized notion of perfect love than most humans are able to achieve.
Yeah.
And that is rather consistent with the histrionic style.
And you put that in context that she's at a marriage encounter where presumably the goals is how to become the happy, loving couple, right? I mean, there's passages in there where she's talking about she wants to be involved with these people. She wants to radiate peace and happiness.
she wants to
Or
adopt.
I'll object again unless it's referring to a passage that the doctor was providing.
Overruled. We can ask him that. Go ahead.
In fact, she talks about the goal of, in some of the writings there, that the reason that they're there is so that they can go out into, so that they can go back to their everyday life and spread that happiness to their family and to other friends.
There are lots of positive, upbeat statements in here. What I'm suggesting is that there is something of the longing for perfect love that really goes beyond what most people can attain and is destined to fail. If all one can accept is utter perfection and union with another person to know each other perfectly and love each other perfectly, one is going to be unhappy. That goal can't be met.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask to be able to read the letter to him.
Objection.
No, go ahead. You can read it.
Dear Dan,
You're reading it to the jury, really. Go ahead.
okay, the only reason I can have, the only reason,
Excuse me, is this the letter that responds to the question?
the response where he talked about the gospel,
That's response to question 2. Is that right, Mr. Earl?
the only reason I can love is
Mr. Early, this is the response to question 2.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
The only reason I can love is hope that you will come around, but intellectually I see this as foolish, and who am I kidding? I love you and want to share all that. I am with you, but I also need to be loved by you and feel that I know everything there is to know about you, like no one else on earth ever has or ever will. Every day I live with you, I want to get a little bit closer to that goal, which never is attained fully. I never feel anything like that now, and I feel I'm wasting valuable human life seconds that could be nurturing the same goal with the person who returns the love and has the same life goal of me. The next question is the one that you've reviewed Elizabeth Broderick's testimony, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you know that at that point in her life, she was telling Dan Broderick that she thought there needed to be more closeness in the family, that they had to have some family goals beyond just his work goals, that he had to give some time to her and the family.
I know that that's what she testified to, yes.
And you also know that there was some testimony that she accepted Dan saying, please wait. Someday we can work at that, but it's going to have to be delayed so I can reach my material goals, other goals that I have. You know that too, is that right? That's at least what she's testified to.
Did she testify to that? Yes.
Okay. And so this is not someone who is saying that they can only have a Gothic love at all times. This is someone who is accepting the fact that there's going to be bumps along the way, but there's reasons to wait. There's promises that are being made. Would you agree with that? At least that's her perception.
Well, I don't know about everything you just said, but I do agree with the thrust that that her perception was that bigger and better things lay ahead if she would bide her time.
The question that you gave the answer to that says, what are the qualities that you gave about, as your example of her narcissism, the question was, what are the qualities that most attracted me to you? Is that correct? If you would like to look at the next page.
Yes, that was the question.
And the answer that was given to that was the number one thing I loved about you was how much you loved me and showed it. You know all the rest. In fact, I love everything about you now as I did then, except that you don't, it had love me crossed out, show your love for me. That was the whole answer. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, you also gave another example in there about not liking to be told what to do.
Yes.
Okay. That passage was actually a part of a answer over 2 pages, was it not? Maybe it would help if I showed it to you, speed up time. Goes from there to there.
Thank you.
Is that the passage you were referring to?
Yes.
The passage begins, how do I feel about my commitment to the daily 10-10? Did you know what 10-10 was?
Yes.
Okay, that's giving 10 minutes a day to each other, just putting aside 10 minutes a day for each other.
Right.
Okay. I think I'll love it, but my problem with it will be that it or the idea for it didn't or doesn't come from us. It's forced. All this time I could have been writing you love letters, no problem. The thoughts were there anyway. All this time we should have been communicating feelings for each much more than 10 minutes a day. I hate to have people tell me to do things. I like to do what I feel like doing when I feel like. Maybe 30 minutes one day, none for 3 days. But I see how then it's easy to let 3 days turn to 5 to 7 to 15, then misconstruing things and feeling unattended to and reading reactions ahead, et cetera, et cetera. I honestly can't believe you'll do it. You're too tough, too cool, too hard to write a love letter every day and let me know how you care. That was the whole passage, right?
It was, and I think the whole passage shows additional support because she says here that she needs more attending to. And I think that needing a love letter every day is pretty good evidence of constant need for admiration and attention.
So you read that's what she needs while she's at this encounter. She's saying that unless I get a love letter every day, I'll never be happy.
No, she doesn't say that.
She then talks about in her marriage encounter shortly after that, a response to how are we going to share our couple love? You remember that?
Could you direct me to where it is?
Yeah, it would be a couple pages after that.
Yes, I have it.
And if you could read that and tell me if that then showed what you said were the clues.
Your Honor, unless this witness based his direct examination testimony on that particular passage, I don't see what the relevance is of having it read it at this point.
I'm just asking if there's anything in there. Well, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. See what it says.
I don't think I said anything about this in the testimony.
Well, I know you didn't say anything about it. What you said is you read it and you picked out a few examples. Was that something that was totally devoid of these clues that you've seen, or is that another piece of the evidence out of that book that shows clues, either that she's looking for some striving for perfect or this gothic love or?
This one I wouldn't know how to interpret without knowing where the couple of concept came from. Perhaps that was part of what was being talked about there. I'd have to speculate to know what this means.
So there was nothing in that passage at all that you saw that was the clues?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Sir, is normally when the field of psychiatry, when you're looking at somebody to determine whether there's signs of a disorder present, do you just pick out the ones that confirm it, or do you look at the other ones that don't have any evidence and say, well, here we have one that says there's nothing here and one that says it does?
You look at both, and of course, in this case, there's a great deal of information at many points in her life, there being nothing wrong with Mrs. Broderick.
So for someone to be able to make that determination of whether there really is a disorder, if you're finding clues going through these letters, these subtle clues, you also need to be able to read the other ones to understand whether there's a lot of evidence here that there is no disorder. You do both, don't you?
A psychiatrist tries to look at all of the available evidence in coming to any kind of clinical or forensic opinion.
And I take it that you relied on that whole marriage encounter when you read it. I mean, you didn't read the marriage encounter and say, I'm only going to rely on the parts that find that there's evidence. You rely also, you test your hypothesis and rely on both the ones that show it and don't show it.
I read the whole book, just as I read jail records and testimony from the divorce trial and many other things. But what I relied on in my testimony was evidence of particular kinds of psychopathology and the lack thereof in other ways.
Okay.
And I testified to the lack of psychopathology in much of this book.
So once you find a personality disorder, then when you look back at evidence, if there's no clues in it or if there's no signs of the personality disorder at the time, that's because their needs are being met.
If someone has evidence that indicates that they have a personality disorder, and if that's the diagnosis given, as for example, Dr. DeFrancesca gave the diagnosis, Dr. Goldspan gave the diagnosis, and I think they're both right, then one can do nothing more than retrospectively see what evidence, if any, there was for it in the available data from other periods. And most of the data available is post-1983. And that's the data that shows these exaggerated behaviors that get labeled personality disorder. If one then goes back and looks at this marriage encounter book, there are a few examples of the same sort of thing there. But I think I've maintained all along that there is not enough evidence in this to show that she had a disorder at the time.
Now, you've read one of the things that you reviewed with Gary Levinson notes as to his conclusions. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And Gary Levinson, when he reached his final conclusion of bipolar affective disorder, mixed type hypomanic phase, borderline personality disorder,
he dictated that report almost a month after she left the hospital. Is that correct?
March 1st.
Almost a month after she left the hospital.
That's right.
So it wasn't that when he dictated the report, he had had the benefit of having her in the hospital for a number of days, having a number of interviews with her, as well as having the test. Isn't that correct?
He had done a consult on her in the hospital. Then the care was transferred to him for a day or so. And he had the test result and the letter saying that the test might not be reliable.
Well, the letter actually said the test might not be reliable because you're going to have to look at things going around her at the time. We don't have enough of a history.
That's right.
But you testified that the tests are meant to do long-term functioning. It's the basis of the test.
Objection, Vegas. to the test.
There's only one test getting for this.
It's the test long-term functioning. In other words,
That's what it's designed to.
do you do your own testing or do you have someone else do that?
I usually don't have it done at all because you get so many misleading results.
So you're not someone who, you would have problems with reading the results from a test and saying this necessarily applies to them just because it's a test. In other words, may I withdraw the question, Your Honor?
Sure.
At the time that you get a test, you do a test, there's a computer printout that tells you these are the things to look for, isn't that correct?
For some of the personality inventories like this, that's one way they can be scored. But many people who want to rely on the results will hand score them themselves or have someone in their own office do that so that they feel they have quality control.
And you're saying that one of the problems with these tests is you feel that they have some unreliability in it.
Well, there are many problems. I mean, the first reason I don't have occasion to use them is that they really only need to be used for one of two reasons. One is there's a diagnostic question. There's some issue that one can't resolve. And there are times, especially about brain disease, where testing is the only way to resolve a problem. But for personality, there are always other ways to resolve the question besides testing. You can take a detailed history, you can obtain records, you can find out what other people have to say. There's always better evidence than psychological test results of personality if one has the time and resources to obtain it. The testing is a shortcut to looking at the evidence about the person's past. In forensic work, usually we have the opportunity to look at much of the evidence, and so the testing isn't needed. Secondly, even where there is a question for which testing would be the best evidence, like an unresolved diagnostic issue, there are problems about whether the person has honestly answered questions, not all of which kinds of deceptions are detected. People can easily spot some sorts of questions where they know it's advisable to lie and make themselves look worse than they are or better than they are. Educated people or people who've read psychology books can even fill out the forms in such a way to make themselves look like they have whatever diagnosis they want to appear to have. And even if all of that's done honestly and truthfully, there are still problems that arise from scoring errors and from interpretation errors and from which norms are applied to the test. And that's just the beginning of why I don't typically use test results.
And so you don't even use it as one of the factors.
If there is a question that can't otherwise be resolved, it might be very important. And I will look at tests that other people have done to see if there's something useful, but I rarely rely on them for much.
And it's your opinion that Dr. Levison relied completely on the test rather than his interviews and his observations?
Well, I don't.
Is that?
I'm not in his head. I don't know. All I know is that what the record shows is zero other evidence to support it except that test.
Well, he had an interview with her, did he not?
And the fruits of that, as recorded in the chart, show no other evidence of her being manic.
He talked to her husband, did he not?
Yes, he did.
Did you see some notes in the records where her Dr. Zudimer had he talked to Dr. Zunimer, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And Dr. Zunimer indicated that Mr. Broderick said that his wife needed help because she was having a large problem with depression, didn't she?
I'd have to see the actual chart.
That's not something that you remember?
I remember Dr. Zimmer quoting Dan as saying a number of things about Elizabeth Broderick.
Well, sir, I understand that, but can you answer my question, then you can redirect it whatever you want. Was there a answer, was there a response from Dan Broderick? Was there something in the records that indicated that there was a record that Dan Broderick said that she was having a problem with depression?
I object, number one, to counsel's characterization, the argumentative nature of the question. Secondly, if he wants to show the doctor a record, let him produce that record and show the doctor what he's talking about.
Well, first of all, objection's overruled. If you remember, doctor, you can answer it. If not, go on from there. You remember seeing such a thing in Dr. Zunimer's notes?
I remember seeing something that said what Dan had to say about Mrs. Broderick. One of those things was depression, but it wasn't the language that Mr. Early just cited to him.
And obviously, you knew that Dan Broderick was a doctor, didn't you?
Yes,
And he would have some training, might know something about depression.
Objection, assumes facts not known.
Overruled. You can answer that, go ahead.
there should have been a time when he knew how to use the term technically. Whether he continued to, I have no way to know.
Well, you've indicated Elizabeth Broderick should know some things since she was the wife of a doctor. Obviously, Mr. Broderick would even have much more knowledge than she would about medical things, would you not?
Yes,
Now, you also indicated, you used the term scratch. Elizabeth Broderick, when she tried to commit suicide in 1983, you said she scratched her wrist. Remember using that language?
yes,
Did you review the testimony of the plastic surgeon that examined her and testified about the scars that were still present on her wrist?
I'm familiar with the testimony of how difficult it was to detect them.
Well, he indicated that he could still see the scars on her wrist, didn't he? That he was still able to see them.
I think with magnification.
He was still able to see the scars on her wrist.
Objection, he's misstating the evidence of the last trial, Your Honor.
The doctor's answer stands.
You remember that it was with magnification?
Right.
Do you know where he saw her?
Pardon me?
Do you know where he saw her? Do you know where the exam was done?
No, I don't.
And your memory is that it was only with magnification that he saw him?
That's my recollection.
And he also testified that he looked at the scars on her legs from the surgery as to her varicose veins. And said,
Objection, irrelevant.
Stand.
well, you knew that she was somebody who it was hard to see scars. She healed very well, didn't you? From the testimony?
Objection, states facts not in evidence.
Stand.
Did you consider that when you called it, when you were talking about scratches? Did you consider the testimony that she is somebody who heals very well? It's hard to see the scars, and there are scars there.
I considered the fact she was still alive as being much more important than that.
But it was your opinion that what these were scratches that left. That was your opinion. That was how you viewed it. They were scratches.
I think scratch is a far more accurate characterization than slash.
The when Elizabeth Broderick was brought to the hospital in 1986, were you aware that she was telling people there was nothing wrong with her? She wasn't depressed. She wasn't didn't have any problems.
I was aware that she said her main problem was that she was angry at her husband, and on another occasion said the only problems she had were legal problems.
There was nothing in there that indicated that she wanted to appear to be depressed to anybody.
That's right.
Nothing to indicate that she wanted to appear to have some kind of personality disorder.
That's right.
Nothing to indicate that she would have a motive on a test or in her conversations with anybody to try to make herself seem worse than she was.
Objection is, this witness would not know what her motives would be in that.
Sustained, Mr. Fraser.
So there's nothing in the records that would indicate to you that she had some kind of motive to make herself look worse.
Of course, she'd just committed an action that could have been charged as a felony. The vehicular assault on Dan's house, the arguable, the various characterizations of her attack against him face to face, the questions as to whether she had a lethal weapon in the car and what she did with it. In a lot of states, a normal person would be taken to jail and there'd be eventually a trial about committing a crime like that. This was diverted into the mental health system very early. And when we see people diverted into the mental health system after their crimes, sometimes they get the picture of what they're supposed to do.
So it was your belief that she was trying to convince them that she was mentally ill?
I don't know what she was trying to convince them, but she wasn't taken to jail like most people would have been.
Well, do you know whether that was her choice or not?
I don't think they asked her, which would you rather do, go to jail and be treated like a criminal or go to a hospital and be treated like a mental patient. I think they took her to someplace that was decided by people other than she.
And can you show me in the records where the evidence that she was trying to show that she was mentally ill, depressed?
Objection, that's not his testimony.
Sustained.
One of the results was is they saw her as being hypomanic at that time and still requiring hospitalization. Is that correct?
I don't know who you're asking about. The nurses thought she was friendly, smiling, and fine, but angry at her husband.
Did the doctor indicate that she was no longer seen as being suicidal or homicidal, but continues to be hypomanic in need of continued psychiatric hospitalization?
Which doctor are you referring to?
Dr. Levinson.
I would have to see the chart. My notes reflect other things he said. He may have said that as well.
Was there a condition on discharge that he wrote on her chart?
Yes.
And did I accurately represent that?
Yes.
The, can you, tell, when you have somebody who has a personality disorder, one of the things that you frequently see with the personality disorder is either agitation or depression. Is that correct?
With a personality disorder? No, it depends on which personality disorder. Depression actually can occur secondary to any of them, but not agitation.
Okay. So they can be seen when there is a major depression is associated with them, is often associated with them.
No. Depression is what I was saying. Depression is very different from major depression. Depression just means somebody has been sad. Major depression refers to a specific diagnosis from for which there must be a sufficient number of signs and symptoms simultaneously for a long enough duration to warrant that diagnosis.
Do they not, do you not see many of the features of personality disorders during an episode of other mental disorders such as major depression?
There are examples of things that depressed people can do that would be like the behaviors of people who are personality disorder. But as a rule, that's not so, no.
Well, does not the DSM-3R indicate that many of the features, characteristics of the various personality disorders, such as dependent, paranoid, schizotypical, or borderline, may be seen during an episode of another mental disorder, such as major depression? Is that true or not true?
That's true.
The Does it not indicate that one of the associated features of a personality disorder is disturbances of the mood involving depression or anxiety? You indicated that
I testified to
anxiety.
that yesterday, yeah.
So it's true that anxiety is one of the things that you can see associated with as associated feature of a personality disorder.
Sure, I mentioned yesterday in my testimony that when people have a personality disorder, they can get sad, they can get anxious, which is nervous, they can get angry. These things can all happen when people have personality disorders, as can every other emotion.
The when you go through there are also criteria for the borderline personality disorder, is there not?
Such criteria exist.
Yes. One of them is a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships characterized by alternating between extremes of over-idealization and devaluation. That's one of the criteria?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, there was times where you would see Elizabeth Broderick talk and people in very over-idolized fashion, and then examples of where she would devalue them the next time.
Yes.
Their impulsiveness in at least two areas that are potentially self-damaging: spending, sex, substance use, shoplifting, binge eating. That also includes use of, for instance, spending money. Is that correct? Spending money they don't have. It's one of the characteristics.
No, but you read the list and then you added some language of your own.
Okay, well, it says impulsiveness is at least two areas that are potentially self-damaging. Spending is one of them, is that right?
Spending sprees, isn't that the language? I don't have the language with me, but spending is one of them.
Okay. Would you like to look at it so you know if it's spending spree or spending?
That's all right.
Okay. And overeating is another.
Binge eating.
Okay. The next one is affective instability, marked shift from baseline mood to depression, irritability, or anxiety, usually lasting only a few hours and only rarely more than a few days.
Yes,
Okay. And you see some rapid changes in her moods, do you not?
that's right.
Inappropriate, intense anger or lack of control of anger, frequent displays of temper, constant anger, reoccurring physical fights.
Yes,
That was something that you would see in hers, see in her behavior.
some of Mrs. Broderick's behavior could be seen that way. As I testified yesterday, some of these criteria, you could take the same behaviors and classify them as histrionic or narcissistic, or you could classify them as narcissistic or borderline. It makes no difference in the end which of the labels one uses because these are all interrelated. Antisocial, borderline, histrionic, narcissistic are related personality disorders, and it's in that cluster that she's been consistently thought to be.
Well, we also have recurrent suicidal threats, gestures, or behavior,
The borderlines do that.
and you would find that in Elizabeth Broderick.
Well, you don't find exactly that, but there are lots of episodes of homicidal threats. There are a couple episodes of her mentioning that she knows that suicidal threats can be used manipulatively. And there are
So it's not true that you find that there's recurrent suicidal threats or gestures or behavior. That's not something that you would find in her.
well, it's marginal, but maybe. I mean, that's one of the themes for her. The way I interpreted it is as histrionic attention seeking, because people who are histrionic will do things of precisely the kind she did. Whereas with borderlines, what one expects to find is they're making deep cuts longitudinally in their arms. The histrionics will often make a crosswise cut on the wrist, leaving parallel marks on the forward surface of the wrist. Whereas in borderlines, typically the wounds are made longitudinally on the legs, on the thighs, on the upper arms. And so because of the nature of the wounds that Mrs. Broderick self-inflicted, I thought they were more in keeping with the histrionic sort. I didn't see her do any of the borderline kinds of self-destruction.
Dr. Goldspan called her slashing of her wrist a suicidal gesture, did he not? Wasn't
Yes.
that his testimony? It was a
I think
suicidal
so,
gesture?
right?
And this says suicidal gestures. So you disagree with Dr. Goldspan as to what a gesture is.
Oh, as I told you before my testimony, I think this could be called a suicidal gesture. You see, this is why Dr. Goldspan would point out the problem with DSM-3R in court, that the use of it requires making judgment as well. It's not the legalistic, what's the meaning of this word approach, but
That-
judgment about the pattern of behavior that's required.
His word, was it not? Suicidal gesture?
Yes, and that's one way to look at it, but this,
Yeah.
in my judgment, is not borderline self-destructive behavior.
Yeah. All right. Let's start with morning recess. And Mr. Rotator, morning recess this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we in recess until 5 after 11. Do you think enough time? Your recess until 5 after 11. Please remember the admonition.